Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Valerie Thompson, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Glad to have y'all here. Welcome to the January 28th City Council meeting. We are going to begin this meeting, as we do all our meetings, by asking Pastor to give thanks and pray for our community. And I'd like to invite to the microphone Reverend Adrian Chester from Greater Bellwood Baptist Church. Pastor Chester, welcome.
Thank you, sir. In his fourth and final book, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. raised the question, where do we go from here, community or chaos? He presents the idea that every single decision that an individual makes impacts us directly, but also impacts others indirectly. So as we pray today, let us remember that we are all a part of a single garment of destiny. Let us pray. God, we thank you this day for you gifting us with those who share in stewardship over the resources in which you have afforded us as your people. And God, we ask a special blessing as those who have been charged on our city council, our mayor, and all city staff to be stewards of your resources. We ask a special blessing of wisdom upon them. As Solomon prayed, endow them with wisdom so that they can go in and out before your people and rule as you would rule, which is with justice and equality. God, we ask now that you bless the deliberations of this night. Bless every citizen here in Columbus, Georgia. It is in your Son, Jesus' name, we do pray, and we all said, amen.
Amen. Pastor, thank you so much, and thank you for what you do in the community. Every time I go somewhere, you're typically there and
Yes, sir.
Doing God's work on behalf of his people, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next we'll have our pledge, and I'm going to invite the Boy Scout troop number 69 to come up, and we'll get them the microphone. The rest of you, please stand, and we'll follow their lead in reciting the pledge.
Attention, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Two.
Very good.
My name is Cameron G. I'm 15.
I think it's on, it's just not picking up.
My name is Cameron G. I'm 15, and I go to Northside High School.
My name is AJ Schmidt. I am 12, and I go to Richards Middle School.
My name is Corey Beals. I'm 15 years old, and I go to Georgia Vocational High School.
My name is John DeForte. I'm 13 years old, and I go to Rima Colors.
My name is Command Sergeant Major Justin G. I'm 18, and
And you know
my name is My name is Sergeant Major Justin G. and I'm a Scoutmaster for Troop 69.
Well, Sergeant Major, thank you for pouring into these young men. And gentlemen, thank you for committing to scouting. I wish we had more just like you that were doing the same. Any parents here? Get them to stand up. Stand up, sir, and thank you for your service. We'll have to get you back to help us out again. Thank y'all so much. Up.
We're chartered out of our 4th Street Missionary Baptist Church, Pastor J. Flakes III.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. All right. Next order of business is to approve the minutes from January 14th. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to approve. Any discussion? Any edits? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved. We'll pass it on now to the city attorney.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Got a couple of items to vote on before we get into some zoning hearings. First item up is to extend the moratorium on the use of shared electronic scooters. It's ready for a vote.
Move approval.
Motion and second to approve. Any discussion? Bruce, if you cue it, please. Councilors, please register your votes. Still missing one more.
Okay.
Okay, we got it.
9-1.
Pass.
All right, item 2 is providing a moratorium not to exceed.
Just,
Do you want to talk?
yes. Mr. Seaman.
We've got the fiscal year 19 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, CAFRA, presentation. I think you may have.
I did skip it. I'm sorry. I didn't see it on my agenda. I apologize. Mr. City Manager, if you would, we'll suspend your agenda for just a moment. And we do have the presentation of the CAFRA. It's presented by Miller Edwards, our external auditors, Malden and Jenkins. If you would come to the podium.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask the Finance Director to come to the podium,
Okay.
and then she'll bring Mr. Edwards.
Good evening. So as the mayor mentioned, tonight is the presentation of the FY19 CAFR. I do hate to put this on the agenda tonight, but we only have so much time allotted in the charter to present the CAFR once the audit is complete. So that had to occur tonight, but we'll be very brief, I promise. So with us tonight is our partner in charge of the audit, Mr. Miller Edwards from Malden and Jenkins. As you may recall, this is the second year that we've had Malden and Jenkins as our external auditors. This is after the separation of Albright, Fortenberry, and Ninus. So please welcome Mr. Miller Edwards.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards. My apologies for skipping over that.
That's okay. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be up here to visit with you all today. As Angelica has asked me, she said make it brief. I understand there's a lot of things to go over tonight. So what I'll do is I'm going to fly through some highlights. I'm going to respect the fact that not all of you all are accountants or auditors, and some of the things that I talk about you may not really want to talk about. So what I decided this year was put together a PowerPoint presentation to kind of go through these highlights and then see if you've got any questions thereafter. That being said, we're here today to talk about the annual audit. Let me just say on the front end, this audit is a very large and all-encompassing audit. You've got a lot of different entities that are part of the big umbrella of what makes up Columbus Muskogee, and that includes things like your component units, like your waterworks, your hospital authority. All those roll into what we call a comprehensive annual financial report. I just want to make sure you understood there's a lot of dominoes in the middle of all this, a lot of parts to this puzzle that make up this greater government. We're here today, of course, to talk about the audit. A little bit about who we are, I'll just fly through that. Give you an example of some of the other governments that are county governments that we serve, like you all. But getting down to the audit opinion itself, our audit opinion is what we call unmodified, or what you might call as a clean opinion. That's what you want to hear always from your auditors, that's a clean opinion. And what that does mean is that we believe the CAFR, this comprehensive annual financial report that's been prepared, does present fairly in all material respects the financial position, the results of operation, the cash flows, and all disclosures that are required by Columbus Consolidated Government to be presented on an annual basis and audited, and we do believe it does present that fairly. Additionally, it's the Columbus management that's supposed to put together the documents that we audit. There's a clean separation there of who the auditee is and who the auditor is. I would like to give hats off to the government here for doing a fine job of making their role as auditee so complete to allow us to be the independent auditor. So again, another thing I'll touch on at this particular slide is, as part of an annual audit of this kind, we have to do what's called a single audit, meaning we have to look at your federal programs that you have. And this past year, you took in about $9 million worth of federal funds that you had to spend a certain way. You've got a clean opinion on that as well. We audited 2 of your major programs. That was a DOL WIA program and the DOT Highway and Planning and Construction Grant. The total of those 2 was about $4.2 million, so about 45 to 50% of your total federal expenditures. We were able to audit those, look at making sure that you dotted all I's, crossed all T's, and satisfied all federal requirements. That's not always easy to do because those rules of the game are always changing. If you've ever been a part of management of government, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm able to tell you today that we did believe that you did comply with all the grant requirements that are out there relative to these 2 programs that we did audit for the Columbus Consolidated Government. Another thing I want to make note of is the CAFR that you hear me refer to. Again, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. The acronym everybody calls it is a CAFR. I'm impressed, you should be impressed, that this is the 30th year that you all have put together such a document. This program has only been around so many years, and you all have been in it for most all those years. So you should be quite proud to be one of the leading parties in this state of Georgia, not to mention the country, of participating in this program. And what this says is that you go above and beyond the call of duty. The state of Georgia requires only so much to be included in an audit. You ought to go above and beyond that. You've got 10 years worth of data included in this. If you want to look at this 224-page document, which I'm sure all of you do, it's got a lot of information that it's not just about this year, but it's about years that preceded this year. It is one of those kind of documents that, again, you should be proud of, and again, you all have been doing it for quite a long time. As far as the financial statements, I'm going to give you a quick overview. You heard me say earlier that this particular audit and this financial report includes a lot of entities, not just you, the consolidated, you, the government. It includes all your component units. Department of Public Health is an example, Waterworks, all the golf courses that are public that you all provide, the hospital authority, all that's included in here. Additionally, you've got your primary government finance statements that are also included, things like the general fund, your SPLOST funds, those kind of things. Turning the page of the slide, big numbers right here. When you look at the government itself, if you look at the primary government, which is what your interest is typically about, you're about $751 million in total assets. Now, that's not all cash. I want to make sure everybody understands. A large part of that is $531 million of your capital infrastructure, your roads, your bridges, your buildings, all those things. You've also got liabilities that are just short of $400 million, giving you equity of about $350 million. Again, a good place to be. If you go across that page and you see the component units, they're even bigger when you add them all up. They're $854 million in assets, of which $649 million of that is your capital assets, and they've got an equity position of $483. When you roll it all together, which is what this CAFR attempts to do, you're at $1.6 billion in assets here in this greater government. About $1.2 billion of that is capital, infrastructure, and those kind of things. And you've got a net position or equity of about $836 million. This is a healthy-looking government, again. I just want to explain that. When you look at the rest of that slide, you see the revenues. The primary government has just short of $300 million in revenues. Okay, of that, about $196 million of that is your general fund. But you've also got expenses of $288, giving you a bottom line of $11. Your component units had similar type of results. They had a $10 million result on $153 in revenues and $143 in expenses. Now, people might sit here and say, why in the world do we have a good bottom line? I mean, is that really the right answer? I'm going to show you on the next slide how important it is to have that $11 million that you all are showing right there. As you look at this particular slide, you can see that we've got $11 million in your net income. But you also had to take on some debt this past year. You got some proceeds of about $8 million from some new debt that you issued. If you add back depreciation, which is a non-cash flow expense, that gives you about $46 million of resources available to do improvements to your system and to pay back debt that you previously have issued. Notice down below, you purchased about $45 million worth of capital assets this year. Your payments on long-term debt were $7 million. You actually spent $52 million on debt, principal, and on capital outlay. You actually ended up using some of your prior year's accumulated resources, about $6 million. So again, it is important for a government of this kind to show a strong bottom line when you look at everything. I like to explain that because I know a lot of people don't think government should have big bottom lines. And maybe if you weren't in a proactive environment, maybe you wouldn't need it. But Columbus, Georgia, just riding around here today, I got here about an hour and a half early, You should be proud. You've got a lot of great things going on here when I look around. It takes proaction to do that, and it takes resources. And that's what this particular chart right here demonstrates to me, is the use and the creation of those resources. Again, I think things look very healthy here. Another thing that I've got on the slide is to give you a breakdown of your general fund revenues. You heard me say that it's about $196 million worth of revenues. This gives you a little taste of where those revenues came from. Notice the blue and the red, the blue and the maroon, you could say. Property taxes were about 30% of your $196 million. 39% was your lost money, your sales taxes and those kind of things. So again, those two big slices right there become very important for you to be able to do the things that you do. Think about that again, that $11 million bottom line. It takes certain type of tax revenue streams and other revenue streams to make that happen. This is your general fund, a breakdown of it. And again, I wanted to show that too. Your expenditures of the general fund were about $176 million. You can see the big part there was public safety. That is not unusual. Public safety, typically in a government of this size, is up around 58%, 55, 60, 62. You're kind of right in the breadbasket of where a lot of public safety is usually. Public safety, again, is primarily your police, your sheriff, your fire, those kind of things. But again, that's a quick and dirty picture of what you had for expenditures in your general fund. Going to the next slide gives you a little bit of a picture of what, in the end, did we have as far as a change in our fund balance. You had about a $9.6 million change, a positive change to fund balance. For the last several years, you've had positive changes. If you go back to 17, it was $600,000. A year ago, it was 1.4. This year, it was 9.6. Again, people may say, why do we need to have that? Because you've got a lot of plans to do. Additionally, let me just plant this seed with you. I'm sure you've thought about it yourself. Everybody keeps saying the recession is going to be around the turn, that it happened every decade or so. Well, it's been about 12 years since the start of our last recession. So again, I think about the governments that weathered it so well that I was serving back 12 years ago. They were the ones that had created a good fund balance to provide for the contingent reserves that are needed to continue to provide the services that your constituents want. So again, you've got to have some of these good years to offset some of the bad. Notice the ones in red on the earlier years. We've had some years we've actually had to eat into fund balance. You've got to have good years to build it up so that you can do that again as you need to. So again, that's a chart of the last 6 years. Another thing that people ask me all the time is, what's the right level of fund balance to have? When you look at your general fund, you had about a $55 million fund balance. Now again, that was not all cash. That's made up of a lot of things. Additionally, not all of that is free and clear. You've got a lot of that $55 million that is already designated and committed for other projects, okay? But what you have is about 115 days, almost 4 months worth of fund balance. People might say, well, why do we need 4 months? If you've worked in government like this before, you know property tax season is later in the year. It happens in the fall. We have to be able to get through July, August, September, oftentimes parts of October we have to get through. It takes this kind of fund balance if you want to be proactive. I think it's in a healthy spot. I don't think it's too high. I don't think it's too low. But I think it's in a good, healthy spot to be right now. You should feel pretty good about your standing with your general fund as you enter into the new year. Other funds that we've got, you've got a lot of special revenue funds, debt service funds, capital projects funds, permanent funds, enterprise funds, and internal service funds that are all wrapped up as part of this operation. Additionally, under the fiduciary funds includes things like your sheriff department, it includes your tax commissioner, your clerk of courts, magistrate court, all those different courts. And why the reason they're fiduciary is they take in monies that belong to others, that doesn't belong to themselves. The tax commissioner collects for a lot of parties, not just for you all. So again, it's a fiduciary activity that we have there that is included in this audit. Another thing about this audit is we have to give you certain reports. You heard me mention earlier about the single audit, and I touched on the fact that we were able to give a clean report. Additionally, we have to also look at your general controls, your internal controls that you have, and determine if we have good controls, or if we've got areas that need improvement, or if we've got things that are truly broken down to a material nature. We are able to give you a clean opinion on your internal controls this year. That's called the Yellow Book report. Additionally, we didn't see any major violations of laws and regulations. That's part of the Yellow Book report. We've also got something called required communications. Included in our documents that we give to management to give to you, we have to share with you if we found any issues that were concerning to us. Did we have to go outside with consultations? Did we have anything that caused us to question our independence? I'm happy to say we had no matters that needed to be brought to your attention that should be any kind of areas for consternation. Last couple of things. We do have management points. I said we had no findings. We do have these 6 management points. The first management point had to do with some manual record issues. You've got the clerk of court, Superior Court, that still maintains a lot of their records manually. It is my understanding that they are looking to go into a new system. We highly recommend and encourage that to happen sooner rather than later. When you use manual records of yesteryear, you set yourselves up for error. We are human, and we make errors when we do things manually. I think when you get the new IT system in place, that'll be a great thing. Your Superior Court and Magistrate Court also have a lot of outstanding checks. When you've got outstanding checks here in the state of Georgia, by law, you have to turn them over to the state. The State Department of Revenue has an escheat program for unclaimed property. We recommend that those different entities right there go down the escheat listings and figure out what they need to do with those old outstanding checks. Number 3, you do have some segregation of duties issues. They are in various ways over at the Superior Court, the Magistrate Court, the Probate Court, the Municipal Court, and the County Jail. When I say segregation of duties, I'm talking about where you see a situation where someone may have a conflict of interest in what they're doing. You don't want the same person writing a check, posting the check, issuing the check, taking in deposits. You want to make sure you've got good breakdown of controls. We do have some issues there that we'd like for you to take a look at and deal with. We've talked to management more in depth about this. Again, nothing that was to the level of it being a finding, but it's still a recommendation that we could do to improve our situation. The tax commissioner, we did have the need for some more timely prepared information. We came out here in August and September to do the audit. We had to come back in mid to late October to go ahead and go back to the tax commissioner's office. There's some reports that we would recommend that they be in a better position to issue sooner after a year and then later. Your municipal court, number 5, we did have some issues there with some deposit errors, and we'd recommend there be some better oversight and review there. Nothing material, nothing significant, but you just never know where that could lead to. Errors are errors, and we'd like to see if we could avoid those. The last thing is in your pooled cash reconciliation, and I know I brought this up last year, and I know it's been an area that people have been looking at, but we do believe you need to make sure we have the right people doing the right things, including your pooled cash reconciliation. Your pooled cash is the big cash account for the government here. And right now, you don't have a segregation of duties there that we would like you to have. And we just recommend y'all continue to take a look at that. You do have some mitigating controls in place, and we appreciate those, but we'd like to go ahead and see the whole thing change in how it's done. Last couple of things, there are some new standards out there. I've discussed these with management, and they're pretty well attuned to what's going on. But financial reporting continues to change. There's a lot of new things coming down the pipe that are going to have to be addressed in the succeeding years' financial reports. It never changes, and I just wanted to let you know there's a lot of things that are going to make these numbers change in the future. Last slide, just to let you know, we do have newsletters that we issue that we author ourselves. If you all ever want to be on our mailing list, let us know. We do have currently several people in management that get this information. Additionally, for the last 11 years, we've been providing free continuing education to our clients on a quarterly basis. If you ever want to be included in those kind of invitations, just let our management people here know as well. That being said, I'm here to answer any kind of questions you may have, and I hope that was fast enough for everyone.
That was a good job.
He said it goes out in 10 minutes, so I had to tap it one time. So.
We do have one question. Councilor Thomas?
The issue that you noted on the segregation of duties, and you listed several courts in the county jail, those are not overlapping, are they? I mean, the Superior Court segregation of duties
just within
seems to be
Superior
here.
Court.
The magistrate is here. They're not overlapping.
It's not overlapping. It's looking at each individual office themselves and saying, okay, how do you do things? Let's take a look at how you do things, and if they're in the right mindset of good segregation of duties. And if we see that somebody's doing something in conflict with another step, and we'd like to have somebody else inserted in there to provide for good segregation of duties, that's what we're talking about here within each of those offices.
And an example, I believe, of that segregation of duties is the person who writes the check ought not balance the bank statement.
That is a part of it, exactly.
You not necessarily a finding that you did, but that's
right,
an
but
example.
it does give us some concern that they could develop into something that, while it may not be material, it still would be something you don't want to see in the newspaper. You don't want to see any kind of publications that make this look like we've got a breakdown. And so it's not material enough for us to make it a finding, but they are things that we just want to keep it, get it fixed, and deal with it to avoid any kind of further scrutiny.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I certainly want to thank the auditors, the auditor for being here tonight, and I really do like you.
Thank you.
I like your report. And Mayor, I just want to make sure I got it right, so I'd say indulge me for just a second. You said a clean opinion. We've got $9 million in federal funds with a clean opinion.
Yes.
We complied with all grant requirements.
Yes.
In the CAFRA, we should be impressed with your work. Those were the words you used. This is the 30th year, and we're leading party in the state of Georgia and this country, and we go beyond requirements.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I think I heard
Absolutely.
you say. And on the financial statement, CCG and all component units, to include SPLOST, we have $751 million total assets, not all cash, $854 million in component units, $1.6 billion when you roll it all together. In your words, this is a healthy government. 11 million net income, 46 million resources available, and then your words were, we show a strong bottom line, we should be proud, and you indicated as you rode around Columbus, we've got a lot of good things going on, your words, and you said our fund balance is healthy, and you talked about 115 days with 4 months of fund balance. And you said general controls and internal controls, I want to make sure I'm right, clean opinion.
Yes, sir.
And no matters to be brought to council's attention.
Not in that particular form.
Yeah,
We do have the
okay.
management points that I just.
And then the 6 management points.
Yes, sir.
That we need to work on.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I got that right, but
You just wanted to hear it again.
I did. Yeah. I just kind of make sure I got it straight. But
Well, I think that it goes without saying that this government's done a very, very good job of identifying talented people who have run
Yes.
our finance department. And Angelica does an amazing job before her, Deputy City Manager Hodge. And we've really enjoyed quality people watching after the taxpayers' money. And it is nice to hear affirmation that not only are we doing it well, we're doing it exceedingly well.
Well, you know, one thing I would say that's important is the tone at the top. When I see good tone at the top, as I see here, that tone trickles down through all levels of management. I have had clients that didn't have good tone at the top, and you could feel it, you could see it in the numbers and the reports that we'd have to issue. You are a very professional organization. You got a lot of good things going at every level that I see, and hats off to you for being that way.
And so, Mayor, again, I wanted to conclude by congratulating and thanking our finance director, Angelica Alexander, and of course, Pam Hodge, the deputy city manager, finance, planning, and development, came before Angelica, and she trained Angelica, and Angelica stepped it up, and they do an awesome job. I'm really proud of them.
Well, and it's under your leadership as well, so you're all to be commended. Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mayor, you said exactly that. Mr. City Manager, you don't need to applaud anybody. We need to applaud you. We need to applaud our executive management, our administration. As long as I've been here, you just highlighted a lot of things that I took note of, but this is probably one of the best reports that I've seen. We've had a lot of good reports. We've had some challenges, but we've always worked through them, and that's what you call management. And being one of the top, I guess, financially sound government bodies in the state and the country is a pretty significant honor. So I think we ought to be commending you and the staff. You are the executive administration. You're the head of management. But we got a tremendous staff that's involved all the time, and I think it's always been somewhat of a team effort. I know we challenge y'all sometimes, and we all sometimes discuss, debate, and quarrel over dollars, but I feel real confident that our city's in good financial shape, and and you need to be, because you never know what happened in today's times. You never know what will happen. Some catastrophic event, and we're sitting in a good position now. Like he said, there's so many different funds and so many different pots of monies and so many different moving parts, and a lot of it's already accounted for, but when you sum it all up, I think in total, as you did today, it's something to really be proud of. So on behalf of the citizens of the district I represent, District 2, I just want to make sure I say that publicly. And I hope that the recognition is put out where it needs to be, because this is something, Mayor, to be proud of as a city as a whole. Everybody included, including this body as well. So thank you, and I'm sure that a copy of all this, if not already, is in the hand of the auditor and as part of the team, and that they'll be working on corrective measures and anything that needs to be tightened up. I mean, you're always, that's one of the things I like about you and our staff. You're always tightening and tinkering, and that's a good thing. So I want to say that, and I just like, I think we ought to give it.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I don't want to be redundant of everything that has been said today, but I think we need to give our staff and our citizens and everyone that works so hard to make this government what it is, to be recognized at the point that you are. Everyone in the staff deserves a standing ovation, so I ask my colleagues to join me in really thanking our staff on what they have done, because I've been here almost 24 years now, and I've seen a lot of reports, and this is the easiest and simple one to understand clearly what you're saying. Don't have to go back and study and read and try to figure it out. And you just told us we're doing the right thing, and we have the right people in place. And to the city manager, congratulations, because it takes your leadership, Pam's, Lisa, Angelica, to put us on the map. You have put us on our map. We have challenged you. This community has challenged you. We've had our ups and downs, but you kept your head up high and you kept going, and you proved us wrong, that you got control. You got this. You're making our city be successful and on the map. So on behalf of the people of District 7 and the people of Columbus, Georgia, I personally would like to stand, and I ask my colleagues to stand in applauding the great job you guys are doing. I didn't want to repeat everything, Mr. Mayor. So.
Councilor Barnes?
That is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to do that. You took the words out of my mouth. And Mr. City Manager, your job is to manage the city. But that young lady right there, we all know that she jumped in, quick learner. Of course, she's had some very good help with Pam. Sincerely appreciate you. Mr. City Manager, appreciate you. And sir, please come back. I'm going to echo what the city manager said. I like you.
As an auditor, I don't hear that too often.
Well, Ms. Edwards, thank you.
Thank you.
Angelica?
All right, so I'll be like Speedy Gonzalez here, I promise. I won't rehash everything, but we do have to provide a response to the management letter points, and that's just what this very brief slide presentation is. I won't read it word for word, but as the auditor mentioned, in terms of the accounting systems and the agency funds, particularly Superior Court, with the manual records, we are implementing a new court management system. That system is set to go live this year, so hopefully that will increase the accuracy in the data reporting in that office and eliminate manual record keeping. So the second point was owed outstanding checks in Superior Court and Magistrate Court, and although these agencies are not under the direct oversight of the Finance Department, with consultation from the City Attorney's Office, we will assist the clerks of Superior and Magistrate Court regarding the disposition of those owed outstanding checks by providing guidance and advice as it relates to the state's unclaimed property program. The segregation of duties, again, this was the second year that this sort of issue has come up for these agency funds, and we did meet last year. One of the outcomes of that particular meeting in Magistrate Court in particular was the need for additional staffing. There was an additional position approved by council in the FY20 budget for Magistrate Court. So we'll circle back just to see if there's any additional assistance we can provide, to sort of see how the incorporation of that additional personnel, how that's going in that particular office, and just see if we can somehow provide the segregation of duties that's being suggested with the current staffing levels. The timely preparation of the audit reports as it relates to the tax commissioner's office. Again, no direct oversight from the finance department. So we'll discuss this concern in more detail. We'll meet with the tax commissioner's office and see if there's any potential process or communication improvements related to reporting, and if any of those improvements have any potential budget impact. So we'll meet up at a later time. The bank deposits as it relates to municipal court. This is something that we'll have to discuss in more detail with municipal court, just to see if there's any improvements that we can make, help them make to their bank reconciliation process. And then lastly is the pool cash reconciliation. I don't know if you know, but after we ended the sort of budget season last year, almost everyone in the financial planning division left. And they took, better jobs with better opportunities. I don't fault anyone for self-improvement, for career progression, but they all left. And so reconciliation, yet again, had to be conducted by myself. It was unavoidable. We're extremely lean as a department. Direct oversight, though, of the bank reconciliation process, obviously, is done by Deputy City Manager Hodge. She knows how to complete the bank reconciliation just as I do. One of the things I'd like to point out, though, as the auditor mentioned, there are some mitigating factors. There are mitigating factors that would prohibit fraud. Obviously, there is that risk where you have me listed as the signature on the bottom of the checks, but I don't have possession of any checks physically. In order for a wire transfer to leave the bank, there's a two-person approval process, so there would have to be some sort of collusion between myself and another employee, for me to take. Now, obviously, if you put your mind to it as a criminal, you could do whatever you put your mind to, but that is obviously not going to happen. I can promise you that.
You don't want to go to that hotel. You don't want to go to that hotel.
Right, no. I don't want the free silver bracelets. So again, though, one of the things that the auditor mentioned was their recommendation to assess additional staffing. And I just want to sort of put everyone on notice that will not be forgotten by myself during the upcoming budget process.
Y'all got the hint.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander, and we're very grateful about what you do and don't put your mind to. So but thank you for all your hard work. And it was tough, losing a lot of the staff. And you've done a good job, I think, getting some folks in there that are going to pick up the slack and do a good job this next budget session.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go back to the city attorney's agenda.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Back to item 2 on our agenda. This would provide a moratorium not to exceed 90 days on issuance of COs for type 1 personal care home, adults, or foster care home. These are your 6 and less, the smaller homes, and that's ready for adoption.
Motion second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll cue the vote. Councilors, please register yours. That passes.
All right. Next item is a zoning hearing for 1.40 acres of land at 1308 Rhodes Street, 1622, 1620, 1616, 1612 13th Avenue, 1307, 1309, 1319, 16th Street. Recommended to go to general commercial on conditional approval. The applicant is Terramore Development. I think Mr. Mize is here with some folks. You want to come on up and tell them briefly what's planned, Mr. Mize?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is George Mize. I'm with the law firm of Page Cranham. I'm here representing your applicant, Terramore Development, which is out of Thomasville, Georgia. They're a preferred developer for Dollar General. They've been operating in the Southeast for 17 years, and over that period of time, they've developed over 280 Dollar General stores. And here with me on behalf of Terramore Development, Mr. Chris Qualheim, who's the acquisitions manager. The engineers on this project are EMC Engineering, also a well-respected engineering firm, having been in business for over 40 years and have done a lot of business throughout the Southeast. And here with me on behalf of EMC Engineering, Mr. Joel Womack. As Clifton said, what we're attempting to do is rezone about 1.4 acres of land located just east of 13th Avenue and kind of sandwiched between Rose Street on the north and 16th Street on the south. And really a combination of GC, because a part of the property is already zoned GC, NC, and RMF1 to all GC. And as he says, our request has been approved by the planning department as well as unanimously approved by PAC with a condition, and we'll talk about that condition in a minute. So how do I change this? Okay, good. This is the zoning map, and as you can see, the subject property is outlined in blue. But as you can see, the proposed development is consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses once you know that pink is GC, or general commercial. As you can see to the north, the northwest, the far west, adjacent to the property to the east, and actually a portion of the property is already zoned GC. And although you can't see it on this zoning map, to the south is a fairly large medical office park. So you can see the proposed development is consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses. We've also got some pictures here of the site itself. It's a vacant piece of land, somewhat overgrown, but what our client proposes to do is to put a 9,100 square foot Dollar General store, complete with all new common areas, new parking lots, new landscaping, new internally directed lighting. And that's that, in that picture, that's the medical office to the south. And since this property is located in Midtown, the developer plans to use one of its newer, nicer elevations, and as shown in this rendering, and here's the elevation of it. But those are nice. And in addition to that, like any other Dollar General store, we'll be selling first-run, nationally recognized brands, including those that you see on this slide. I've also included several pictures of the interior of the Dollar General stores that we've all learned or have grown to know. Back to the condition that we were talking about, as you can see, and it's really kind of difficult to see, but there are a couple of sanitary sewer easements that crisscross or traverse this property. Almost looks like a skull and crossbones. And in order to avoid those sanitary sewer easements, we've had to shift the building as far south as we could, which resulted in an encroachment into the southern setback line by up to 9 feet. And the condition that we're seeking is that we be allowed to encroach up to 9 feet. That condition was approved both by the planning department and the PAC. Just to give you some background on Dollar General, of course, they're the country's leading small box general store, having 16,000 locations in 44 states, and they employ over 135,000 people. They're one of America's fastest growing retailers. As you all know, you see them springing up everywhere. But their goal is to provide their customers with convenience, value, and service. Also, they're a very good corporate citizen, having established their literacy program in 1993, and since that time they've given away $159 million in grants and helped over 10 million people learn to read. Each year they give away about $12 million in grants to schools, nonprofits, and libraries. And if any school, nonprofit, or library is located within a 20-mile radius of a Dollar General store, they're eligible to apply for these grants. In addition, Dollar General has become very strong in the support of the military and its veterans. They hire thousands of veterans every year, and they've joined with Coca-Cola in a partnership to pay tribute to our outstanding military community. And this efforts by Dollar General has not gone unnoticed. They've received numerous awards, including the Secretary of Defense Freedom Award, which is the highest civilian award that is offered by the Department of Defense. This property is this property has access to all public utilities and infrastructure. There'll be no additional investment in that regard on the city's part, nor will there be any negative impact to those facilities and infrastructure. EMC also performed a traffic analysis and determined that the development will not have any material adverse impact on traffic, and this is consistent with what the planning department found. The development will have very positive economic impact to the city and its citizens, including the creation of numerous construction jobs during the 4-month build-out process. Together with substantial increase in business for local suppliers, subcontractors, electricians, plumbers, and others that are interested in the construction business. And then we anticipate generating between 8 and 10 permanent full-time jobs once the store is up and running. It also will provide a substantial increase in the tax base for Avalon tax purposes, which will help with the audit next year. But by providing, again, without adversely affecting any infrastructure requiring any additional investment on the city's part, we anticipate increasing property tax receipts on an annual basis from about $3,800 a year to over $28,000 a year. In addition, there'll be a substantial increase in sales tax receipts, both in connection with the purchase of hundreds of thousands of dollars of construction materials, and then permanently, once the store is open and operating, we anticipate generating about $80,000 a year in sales tax receipts. We've had no negative comments from our neighbors. In fact, we've had a very important letter of support from Midtown Inc. As you guys know, Midtown Inc. is a charitable organization whose primary purpose is to work to sustain and enhance the neighborhoods and the businesses in the Midtown area, and you can rest assured they would not have provided us with this letter of support had they thought that this might be detrimental in any way to the neighborhood. We believe our zoning request and application meet all the requirements for rezoning. The proposed GC classification is consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses. All public facilities and infrastructure located at the site, there will be no negative impact to those facilities and infrastructure or to traffic. The development also brings substantial benefits to the community in terms of convenient shopping, job creation, and tax revenue generation. Therefore, I respectfully request y'all approve our application with the condition that we be allowed to encroach into the southern setback line by 9 feet. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Mize, will this store open on to 16th or on to 13th?
It's actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's actually going to be facing north. So the back of it will be facing 16th Street. So the side of it will be facing 13th Avenue, and the front will be facing toward Rhodes.
Okay. And Mr. Jones, this condition that he's talking about, we need to add that, is that what I understand? So
Yes, the language, will this work, Mr. Jones? A reduction of the southern front setback by 9 feet shall be permitted. Okay, can we get a motion to add that?
So moved.
Did you say,
I'll second it.
Clifton, did you say the southern?
Southern front setback, is that right?
That's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion and second to make that amendment. Any further discussion to the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that condition's added.
All right, that condition's added. Now let's see if there are any other questions in the audience or around the
We've
table.
got a few other councilors. Councilor Huff?
Mr. Myers, I was on the same page as Councilor Thomas. Is that on the east or west side of 13?
It's on the east side of 13th.
East side, okay. Thank you.
Just north of the medical office park right there on 13th.
Okay. That's the side with
Dr. Gerald's office and all that.
Okay.
All those men know where that one is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Cram?
Thank you. Can you display the plat again?
Sure. The plat? Charmaine?
This.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing down here in the bottom, the big white square
Yes.
is the proposed retail. What is the white square on the other side of that?
Detention pond.
That's the detention pond? And then is this a buffer over here, these extra lots? Because it, is the dark line the end and then it goes into residence? The dark line, is that the property line, or does it include these these 3 lots?
There, go ahead.
The dark border that's going around it is the property line.
Okay, and so are those houses in these 3 lots?
In the northeast corner, Charmaine, that is a rusted out Kwanzaa hut, for lack of a better word. Let me show you if you can see it in the background. I know you guys are kind of, you barely see it in the background. It's that little piece of property is on GC.
That little white, I see
Yeah, you
it.
see the silver, what used to be silver and now rusted. And it might be that there are houses, or if they're not houses, they would be zoned for houses. And we're looking at the southwest corner, I believe, of the property, and I really don't see a house there.
But that's not your property?
Correct.
That's somebody else's, okay.
Right.
Okay, I can visualize it now, thank
It's a
you.
vacant lot. Yeah. Vacant.
Okay, thank you, I can visualize it now, thanks.
All right, and there doesn't appear to be any more questions from
Let's
council.
see if there's anybody in the audience that wants to be heard. Any comments on this zoning for or against? Please. Yeah, give me your name and address, sir, although we know who you are.
Yes, Adrian Chester, 2620 17th Avenue. I just have a question. What is the closest Dollar General to this proposed location? Or what is the?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, it'd be roughly 2 miles over at the profiles.
Oh, okay.
It'd be up on Hamilton.
Okay. All right, are there any, I guess, provisions, probably not, of how many of these type of stores can be in a certain distance to one another, or no type of provision? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Let me just say, the Dollar General has been looking for years for a suitable location in Midtown. They feel like the demographics and the business is there, and they're really excited about having this site. You know, we've been down the road. We tried to put some on Winton Road, and that didn't work out, and there's been several attempts. So I personally love the convenience of the Dollar General.
Councilor Woodson?
Thank you very much. I haven't gotten any calls in reference to it, so I guess everyone's happy in the Midtown area, because my phone has not been ringing, or my emails. But I did wanted to ask a question that you mentioned it, because I'm always looking for partners for our schools in the district. And Midtown portion, part of the Midtown, I share it with Bruce and myself. Gary, you said something about the grants that they did to help in the community. We're always looking for our schools for partners, and I wanted to know, what was the distance? You said it had to be from a dollar.
You're well within the distance. 20 miles is what
About
I'm
20
told.
miles?
20 miles. That you'd just be eligible to apply for the grants. I mean, I'm sure there's a process that you have to go through to fill out the grant application and.
Oh, I don't doubt that whatsoever, and I'm
But it's
pretty
20
sure.
miles, so that covers all of your area and some more, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying it because there are some schools that need partners. They have none. And like Key Elementary is one that has no partners. And it's a school that, you know, teaches children of sign languages and other things and could use a partner. So I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to ask those questions. And I'm sure that some of the teachers and the principals watch us also can understand. Reach out to the nearest store. If they're all coming into our community because they want to provide jobs, they want to provide convenience, but they're also making money too. So they can give back to our community, at least through our schools, our neighborhood schools in the area. So just be mindful, I will call some of my schools in the district and tell them to look at it. Every penny counts, you know, to help educate and teach our children math, reading, and science to get them to the next level, to get them a productive citizen in our community and be able to take opportunities to excel. And so as we develop partners in our community, the most important part is our children and education, and everybody wins.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Looks like it.
That it? All right, we'll vote on this item in 2 weeks at the 9 o'clock meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next zoning, Mayor, is 37.87 acres of land at 1104 Leslie Drive, going from general commercial to residential multifamily. So NeighborWorks Columbus petition recommended for approval. Ms. Kathy Williams is here. You want to come up and say a few words about the project?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Manager. We're thrilled with this opportunity. We are looking at a conceptual plan right now of about 100 homes, single-family and townhomes on the perimeter, because so much of this property is in the flood zone. We'll have to build up, so we're taking opportunity to do that. And then single-family in the center. It's bordered by Bull Creek, and there's a buffer of commercial between it and Victory Drive, so it'll have its entrance off of Leslie and Plateau. So it'll be very special space. It's non-developed now. At one time, I believe it was Victory Drive-In, a long time ago, but I do remember it. Now it's just undeveloped. And NeighborWorks Columbus feels it's an excellent opportunity in partnership with First Baptist Church to bring new housing, a new subdivision into this community, District 7 on school board, Mimi Woodson's district on council, a district that really hasn't seen any brand new developments of housing, single family and townhomes for home ownership in over 50 years. So we're thrilled to be part of it. If there are any questions I can answer specifically, I'm here to do that this evening.
Well, it's an awesome project. I tell you what, we ought to be really thrilled about that new
We are.
development going in off Victory Drive.
It's going to take a while. This is a first step, and we're taking baby steps, but we are thrilled, absolutely thrilled.
Councilor Crabb?
This is kind of exciting for me because I was sitting on the board and we approved this project, and now I'm going to get to sit up here and
Yes.
approve the rezoning.
We've
So-
been working with the church now for almost 3 years. Just getting it to this point, not only in concept, but also get it to where we can begin looking at rezoning and building that capital stack that's going to be required in order to ensure that these homes are affordable for our residents, not only beautiful, hopefully with garages, not only in a very beautiful area that'll be nicely landscaped, but it'll also be affordable for them to afford and sustainable for them to keep. So yes, thank you for being part of that initial momentum that got us to here, and it's going to go on for a while.
Councilor Woodson?
Well, as the district representative with Ms. Williams, I'm very excited, very happy. We've had a lot of great development in our district. It's been fantastic. But to have homes now added to all the wonderful things that's happened to our district in the past several years is very exciting. And what I like best about this project is that we always talk how the churches should come in and help and be more part. Here's the church that has invested for, I think, over 25 or 30 years, has a small recreation center there, and they have a small chapel there for the residents that were there at one point. And with this new development, they can come in and do even more now. So this is exactly what we look for. Getting everybody involved to ensure the safety and the well-being of our children and to have a beautiful, safe home. Some of the people that have to be relocated could have the opportunity to even come.
Absolutely.
Instead of living in a trailer home, they will have the opportunity to have a home with a garage. I don't know about anybody else, but I love my garage. So I think I want to say thank you to you and to my colleague. I didn't know till tonight that you've been playing a big role in this. This is very exciting for us and the people of District 7, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I can't wait to go in there and help tear some of that down.
Me too.
Thank you.
Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Williams, if this piece of land is rezoned, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Do you have any idea?
Well,
Can you do it by
we're
next
looking-
Tuesday?
Well, if we receive the rezoning next Tuesday, we will fall within the deadline required to make a LIHTC, a low-income housing tax credit project application to DCA this year. I don't know that that's realistic because we still have a lot of other capital we would have to raise. So realistically, as much as I'd like to say, yes, next Wednesday I'm breaking ground, I believe at the end of the year we'll have put all of the pieces together that'll be required for funding it, what we call the capital stack. So what type of tax credits, what kind of incentives can we put in there? Is it a viable TAD? We're going to have to really do a lot of research because it's going to require, a lot of public-private funding tax credits are, of course, private funding, but it's also going to require some public funding. We have to build that stack to ensure the affordability at the end of the day. So I think we're looking at next year, unfortunately. It's going to take a while, but it's baby steps. And like I said, the rezoning is really one of those first steps that are required, because when we go to talk to capital sources, we have to be able to say it's rezoned, we have a concept plan, we know what we want, we know the market, we've already done a flash market study, it does support the single-family housing concept, so we still have a lot of things to do, but the rezoning is a critical component to when we talk to capital partners.
And as I recall, Mr. Jones and/or Mr. Johnson, this should not have any dramatic impact on the school in that area, elementary or middle or high school.
We have capacity in both of those schools as well as the high school that it would feed. So, you know, you're looking at not having a negative impact, but probably having a positive impact, because it will bring children into schools that we have seats for. And it will bring very needed revenue in the form of new taxes into both the city coffers as well as the school district coffers. So, you know, it's win-win. There's really not much negative about it that we've been able to find.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are no other comments. Any other questions from council?
Any other persons in the audience want to be heard on the NeighborWorks petition? If not, we'll vote on that in 2 weeks at 9 o'clock meeting.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay, the next zoning hearing, Mayor Pro Tem, is 11.83 acres of land along Bradley Park Court at 1, 2A, 3, 3A, 4, and 5, and 6270, 6310, 6320, 6408, 6416, 6424 Bradley Park Drive, 122 Enterprise Court, going from LMI Light Manufacturing near the railroad to General Commercial. Proposed use is office, recommended for approval, and Mr. Johnson is here. Want to comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Give you a little background. This is the section of Bradley Park Drive that is between Whitesville Road, where Chef Lee's is, and Whittlesey Road at the other end where the new traffic light is. In 1987, a developer came in and developed everything south of Enterprise Court, which is about halfway up Bradley Park Drive, and they rezoned it to general commercial. That is the area where you have the bottle shop, Chef Lee's, Zaxby's, several offices in there, but they did not rezone the section north of Enterprise Court, and it was left as an industrial zone in LMI. Over the years prior to the UDO, we had a classification in the old zoning ordinance called office unclassified. That is mainly how all those offices got there today. That's how they pulled permits, even though the zoning was not good. In 05, we did away with that classification, so pretty much left all the offices up there as non-conforming. Since that time, we've had several new offices opened up, and we've worked through the process with codes and inspections, mortgage underwriters, lenders, you name it, and this has been on our radar for a while. We've gotten new businesses in there, even though they haven't quite meshed up with the zoning, but we found ways. This is our attempt now to clean this up. As you can see on the map, not all properties are represented. The only properties represented are those that were willing to sign a zoning application to allow us to go forward. I was asked a question earlier, why didn't you go RO or a neighborhood commercial? We didn't go RO because the southern part is GC, and it does have different uses in there, such as restaurants and retail, that would not be allowed under the RO. We didn't go neighborhood commercial because it has the 5,000 square foot use limit on it. So offices like Richard Waddell's Realty office and the Atlanta Postal Credit Union, they're well over 5,000 square feet, and they're single users. So those two zonings don't work, and GC just extends what is existing up to Whittlesey Road which is, as you know, predominantly GC as it is. And I'll entertain any questions.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, thank you. This used to be the district I represented when they redid the lines and passed it on to Councilor Garrett here, but I know that area well. You know, and I understand what they're doing, and I'm glad you explained that because a lot of people get a little nervous when you start talking about general commercial because anything goes. The only thing, you and I got a chance to talk before the meeting, and then it hit me. My only concern would be the corner of Wilsley and Bradley Park.
Mm-hmm.
There's currently a dentist office there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say hypothetically, one day, the dentist wants to sell it all, and they come in there and put something that complies with general commercial. I'm not sure that's an appropriate place to have a business because of the new traffic improvements on Whittlesley Road, and you might create some kind of a problem there. Now, I don't, you know, that would be a concern of mine. So in approving it general commercial, that could very much well happen one day. I'm wondering if there's any way to relieve a concern like that, maybe subject the GC or concern areas through conditions, a parcel like that could cause a problem. But if we sit here and make that decision today, what I just talked about could very much well happen.
Well, that parcel's not included, so if they did decide to go GC,
that's relief.
They would have to come back here and do it on their own because we're done. We gave them the opportunity, and we've been doing this since fall of 18 to gather as many signatures as possible, and that one is not part of it.
Okay, well, that's relief to my ears, so thank you for clarifying that.
Thanks, sir. That appears to be all the questions.
All right, anybody in the audience want to be heard on this Bradley Park Drive petition? Don't see any hands. We'll vote in 2 weeks. All right. Item 6 on our agenda, Mayor, is the adjustments for the mid-year budget ending June 30, 2020. Ms. Alexander, come on back over.
Bruce, turn that light back on, please.
Increase in the general fund and some other items.
Hello again. So the mid-year budget amendment, as the city attorney mentioned, this is just a cleanup amendment in which we incorporate the purchase orders that were outstanding that rolled into the new fiscal year. We're incorporating the budgets for those. Any fund balance reserves that were carried over to be utilized in FY20, we're incorporating those. And then we're adjusting the various departmental budgets for the pay plan and the pay adjustment and the cost of living increase that went into effect as of January 1, 2020. So we're incorporating those adjustments into each individual department budget. And that is pretty much it. I'll answer any questions.
Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay. We will vote on that item in 2 weeks. Give me a second. Next item, Mayor, is the resolution concerning Brookside Glen. Mr. Jim Elliott is here in the audience. He has come back from Macon tonight. We provided you with materials from Mr. Elliott about the one of the earlier financings from a couple of years ago at Brookside Glen. And again, this request and approval of council is a step that's necessary so this finance authority can issue federal tax exempt bonds. That's the only reason they're here. This is not any obligation of the city of Columbus. So.
All right, there's a motion and a second. We've got discussion. Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Elliott, if you would come up, please.
Sir, Council.
Yeah, and thank you so much for getting that information I requested last time. And I'm not going to, I'm going to be hospitable to you, so I know your role in all this, so.
I was a city attorney for a long time, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's perfectly legal, and you know, I really struggle, I just want you to know, I struggle with why they want my involvement with this. Basically, they're asking me to sign off on it, and I really am still uncomfortable. I know this is already approved. I looked through the prior, it was approved by the council. I looked through the prior resolution. I did not vote on this, so that's a good thing. But I've had some concerns with the others. I've made I've shared and I've reflected on that at this table. You know, really, once it comes through here, you know, I still don't know. I still don't know how. You know, you think if I hold a responsibility in this, that I would understand it and I would know where everything's going and how it's being handled. The revenue part of this, I don't. I do know what is taking place here. That's already happened, but you know, I think at the end of the day, this is something that's going to be. Whatever they do in Wisconsin, it allows them to take it out to the market and sell it to people, and I just hope that people who are interested in these bonds do their due diligence and understand them.
I will pass that message along.
But I wish there was a way that I'm not a part of it, and I still ask the question, it seems like everybody likes to ask for us to endorse these things here in Columbus, Georgia for some reason. I really don't know why, but I can only guess.
Well, I did a little bit of research, if I could share with you for a moment. So the TEFRA law was enacted in the early 80s under the Reagan administration. And what I've gleaned from the studying I've done is that the government wanted local governments to approve projects in their communities that were going to be using tax-exempt financing. In this case, this facility's been in place since 1991 and was acquired by these owners in 2018, and that process was, you know, accomplished at that time. This is a refinance of that same bond issue. But that's the best answer I can give you from what I've read regarding.
Right, and you've done a good job explaining it. And again, thank you for you sent what I asked for, and you know, I'm not going to scrutinize it, but I don't know. You know, I would ask the question, why wouldn't they endorse it in South Carolina or North Carolina or somewhere like that versus Columbus? So
I don't disagree with that.
okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, I think we can cue that vote. Bruce and councilors, if you would, register your votes, please. All right. Missing a couple.
Got everybody?
No. I have a question. I don't have all the details and I wasn't here to get all these things. I don't feel very comfortable voting. Can I abstain from that vote?
Well, I think they sent the materials out last week to everybody. So I mean,
Just not comfortable yet.
Mm-hmm.
well, then vote.
On a resolution, you can abstain if,
I can abstain.
you can abstain on a resolution, not an ordinance. All right.
Does council need to approve that abstention? No? All right, well, it passes. Ms. Elliott, thank
Okay.
you. Sorry you had to come back and visit us again.
Thank you
We
all very
appreciate
much
it.
for your courtesy.
Mr. Elliott, thank you for making the trip over again. The last,
Councilor Davis, hang on.
Yeah, I wanted to, Mr. Elliott, to finish the business there. Ms. City Attorney, would you, when an entity comes again next time, would you make sure we get all the appropriate information so we can understand how these bonds are being used out on the market?
sure, if we get a, one from a different state like this, we'll ask for everything we can get up front.
Right. I just, you know, even you and I talked about this, about the resolution is somewhat concerning, but if you would please get us appropriate information, just like I asked on this one, for any other request in the future.
We'll be glad to. These are few and far between, but we'll get what we can. Mayor, the last resolution, last one that was on our agenda here, number 8, and we've got one more that's an add-on. This one would authorize Sunday sales of alcoholic beverages at on-premises locations for Sunday, February 2, Super Bowl Sunday. It's ready for adoption. Councilor Thomas had one quick question. The state law allows you to pick one Sunday per year where you can allow these alcohol sales at establishments that otherwise could not sell on Sunday. So this has been requested for Super Bowl Sunday.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? If you would, please cue it. Councilors, enter your votes, please. It is approved.
All right. And one more
Chiefs
item.
Nation is thankful.
The TVs will be running. We have one more item, add-on resolution, Mayor. This is a resolution that would authorize settlement of all claims of Catrice Walker for $56,660.09, and it is ready for approval.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is approved.
All right, thank you, Mayor. That's all we have.
All right. Next up will be the public agenda. First up is Ms. Mary F. King regarding the status of pool repair at Shirley B. Winston Park. And I'll remind everybody on the public agenda, you'll have 5 minutes. If you would, just give your name and your address, and we'll start the timer after you give your name. And if, for whatever reason, you don't get through your comments, we'll offer you an opportunity to come back at the end of the clerk's agenda for an additional 3 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Henderson, to Councilman, and to the city manager. My name is Mary King. I'm currently living at 78 Old Glory Way in Fort Mitchell, Alabama. I am the sister of Officer Shirley B. Winston. I'm United States Army retired. And I come before you this afternoon because I have a concern. Some years ago, we built this park over off Steam Mill Road. The address is currently 5033 Steam Mill Road, Columbus, Georgia. It's a thriving park. It brought our community together. At that time, I was living there on that side of town. Brought our community together, brought a lot of joy and a lot of families together. But our pool in that area at the Super Center at Shirley B. Winston has not been operable since 2017. This is not a new issue, neither is it an old issue. It's just an ongoing concern that we have on the east side of town. We would like to know if you could please update us, or maybe at a later time, give me some more information as to when we might repair the pool located at Shirley B. Winston Park, the Super Center on 5033 Steam Mill Road. I've spoken with some of the citizens out there, and they have a great concern. They're still enjoying the park, but the joy that the children experience just from being there in the pool and other activities there has decreased. And we feel that it's due to the lack of the pool repairs. And so I asked them, so what do you do on a hot smoldering day here in Columbus, Georgia, where great things are happening? And they said, well, we just come over to the Midtown pool. And for some of those who cannot come to the Midtown pool, they said, we just simply stay home. So Mayor, Councilman, City Manager, I would really ask very humbly if you would please continue to look at this and see if we could do some repairs to the pools there in Columbus on the east side of town.
Well, Ms. King, thank you very much for your comments. We share your concern. We also have a pool that we're We have not had operational for the same period of time off Solomon Road. I'm going to see if our Parks and Rec Director has any updates, or Mr. City Manager, do you have any?
Mr. Mayor, of course, the Shirley Winston pool was constructed in 1996, or with that 1993 special purpose local option sales tax. And we spent on that pool, in fact, it was the first of all of the Olympic-size style pools that we constructed. And for that one, we spent roughly about $1.8 million on the others. By the time we constructed the others, costs had escalated up to just over $2 million. And so the pool is more than 20 years old, and we've had some challenges with that pool, and as the mayor indicated, one of the other pools as well on the other side of town.
Solomon Road.
And Solomon Road. And so in the last 2 years, we did what we call a summer fun pass, where we allowed youth to ride the Metro bus free, and they could go to the aquatic center and have access to the aquatic center along with a number of other sites. But the bottom line is it's going to be very costly to reinvest in that particular pool. Now, the swim season lasts 6 to 8 weeks, less than 2 months a year out there at that site. So 6 to 8 weeks when the kids get out of school, and by the time they go back to school in August, the pools are shut down. We have gone out to the citizens, and we've asked them to identify projects they would like to see on a potential special purpose local option sales tax. We've gotten close to 800 responses back, and one of the top priorities has been pools. And so this mayor and council will decide whether we are going to reinvest in the existing pool by renovating or construct a new pool of some sort. And so it is on the list of things to do, but the age of the pool and the cost to repair that pool for a 6 to 8 weeks of swimming, we've got to weigh the cost versus the benefit of renovating that one or constructing or doing something new on that site. And so it's going to take time for council to make that decision. And so I would ask that you be patient and allow us a little bit more time. But in the meantime, we direct people via free bus transportation during that 6 to 8 weeks to the aquatic center.
And I will tell you, too, that Passport Columbus could be picked up at any rec center. Well, this year, we hope to be able to partner with the schools to get that passed before the students leave for the summer, so that it has a broader impact, so that we can, it's not ideal, but at least it'll mitigate some of the challenge until we can address this. And it'll be addressed. We just have to make sure what the public wants and what we put money into is going to be adequate to serve the residents of that area. Councilor Thomas had a comment.
Mr. City Manager, you said a couple of times during that the swim season is 6 to 8 weeks. And I know that currently that's when the kids are out of school. But in Columbus, Georgia, you could swim much more than that. The pool could be open weather-wise much more than that. Can you tell us, what the conditions are and why we are only looking at 6 to 8 weeks and why it's not open from, May to September?
Well, actually, the kids get out of school around May 20th, near the end of May each year. And so we hire summer lifeguards, and many of them are high school kids or college kids. And then school, they return to school the 1st of August each year. So all of June and all of July, is available to swim, the pools are, but by the time they go back to school around August 6th, thereabout, we don't have the high school lifeguards, the college kids are going back to school, we're challenged with lifeguards, and so the swim season typically ends when they return to school, so we have about a 6 to 8 week window.
I would request that the Parks and Rec Department look into, I understand that it's a matter of the kids who are doing this not being available, but I would request that you look into the perhaps weekend use, and I know that we've done that a couple of times, but to make it typical and ongoing so that there can be, at least on the weekend when the kids are out of school, swim time. And if I recall correctly, you did that this last summer. Haven't you done that in the past? Some weekend, the pools being open on the weekend?
Well, and they are open on Saturday? Okay, and how about Sunday?
Yes, we are open on Saturdays and Sundays. We have tried in the past to go beyond the time frame as the city manager alluded to. It's very hard for us to maintain enough staff to operate it. And what we found was, even when we operated a pool on both ends of town, trying to make sure we kept the entire city available for pools, we really didn't have that much usage. Not now that we have the aquatic center. What we found is more people continue to go to the aquatic center and not as many outdoors. Even though we kept hearing from the community that they would use it, in actuality, it was not the case. Even though when we did try it, we didn't have the numbers to reflect to offer it.
And I think
Well, I guess my request is, would you continue to look into that?
Yes, ma'am.
In case there is
Sure.
an opportunity to do that.
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you all, and I appreciate your time.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. All right, next, Mr. Francisco Williams regarding no business license. Mr. Williams? He's not here? Okay. All right. Yeah, we can't hear you. I tell you what you can do, since you're not on the agenda, you're... Okay. Come on up to the podium. Yes, sir.
We'll handle it.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. We got it.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We'll handle it.
Yes.
And next up is Ms. Sharon Bunn. She's the Ms. Sharon Bunn, about the Columbus Water Works not notifying that water meter was double charging. Ms. Bunn, if you would state your name and your address, and we'll start the timer after you do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for
Yes, ma'am.
letting me be here tonight, and all the city councilors. I appreciate it. Am I talking loud enough? No, okay. I'm sorry.
That's all right. You can angle that down to you just a little bit. There you go.
My name is Sharon Bunn. I live at 4014 Timberlake Drive, Columbus, Georgia. I am the petitioner, the organizer of this petition you got that I have given out to all the councilors. We, the undersigned petitions of the Columbus City Council, consider the recent rate increase. That's on the water meters that we have for the sprinkler systems. We have 2 meters, and that's who they went up on. The charge of going up and making us pay for those sewers. I'm sorry, it's no sewer charge. They're making us pay for the meter in the ground all year round. They have gone up from 1023 for my sisters, you'll see that in there, to 2476 or something like that. They almost went, or they did go double, and they went quite a bit on us, but ours wasn't that big. Ours was from $8.88 up to $14. But it's not right for them to charge us because these meters have been in the ground for 50, 60 years. And we have had these sprinkler meters ever since we moved in Sears Woods, and well, right after then in 1981. And we paid, I used to work at the waterworks, so I know we used to pay $500 for a meter, but if you had to cut the street, it was $50 more. It's not right for us to pay another meter after we paid $500 at they said a one-time rate. That one-time rate means you never had to pay, all you had to pay was what you used in the summer. Well, then years later, after we got ours, they went up to a service charge of, you can see the service charges, different service charges. Each year they went up to $1 and a little on it. And, that's fine if you go $1 or $2, but don't jump it from one price where ours used to be 7 up to 14 or 8. It's not right. And these people have senior citizens. They have one income coming in. And like my sister, she's disabled. She can't go out there and pull a hose out of the yard to cut water. She uses it. They charged her $222 last June for 35 gallons. There's no way. That's 3,500 gallons of water. That's why we bought the sprinkler system, to keep us from paying the sewer charge. We didn't expect years later they're going to come back and not keep us grandfathered in for the people that have had them all these years. And it's just not right for them to come down here and snow y'all under the table telling you they're going on rates on the meters, but they said meters, and Mr. Davis jumped up and said, yes, and that's irrigation too. Or irrigation what? On the meter that a lot of people only have one meter for the irrigation. We used to call it the sprinkler system. On the bill it says the sprinkler system. So it could be irrigation for the city. But it's not right for them to come there and put a price on that meter for us to have to pay every month with zero usage. And I'm just down here because I think it's wrong for them to come, and Mr. Davis jumps up later after the whole thing's over and then mentioned the meter. He never said anything that people that have the double meters, what they would be charged. If my sister said, if they came and told us or wrote us or whatever, if he even said it, we're going to go up on the meters. We're going to be charging on the meters for the sprinkler systems. She wouldn't gotten upset. When she gets upset, I'm upset. My whole, you see the people back here, all from my neighborhood and outside my neighborhood. I could have gotten more, but it was raining all week. I walked in the rain. You see the petition. I got 43 names on this petition from my senior citizens. We can't forget the senior citizens because they own 1/5 income, and I don't think they're doing right. If you pay a fat base fee, and you were told that, we were told at the waterworks, if people were complaining of sewer, tell them to go and come down and buy a meter from us. It'll be $500 for the meter, $550 for if we had to cut. Luckily, we didn't have to cut our street, so ours was $500. But are they going to refund us all them people that have paid the $500? Are they going to refund us back our meter that we paid for that meter? Because from now on, for 5 or 6 years, it could probably catch up to that $500 at 25, whatever it costs. Each meter, they said each meter is different. We have a 1.5. I mean, she's got a 1.5. We only have a 1 inch. So mine's a little cheaper. But Jean and I can afford it. We're blessed. We can afford it. But senior citizens like my sister and like these senior citizens that are sitting out here, it's wrong, Mr. Mayor, for somebody to take advantage of us saying, y'all have done a beautiful job helping those people with the roster. I respect every one of y'all for what y'all done to those poor people, helping them. And I don't think it's right for my family or any senior citizens that's living on one income. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Garrett?
Mr. Mayor, is there anyone that can answer questions on behalf of the Waterworks tonight? Because I'm sure they went over it in a presentation, but I don't understand how there could be zero usage and we are charging for a meter that somebody has put in.
Well,
and I'm sure they can explain that, but.
And I think during the presentation, as you saw, it was for residential. They had suggested it was going to be $1.50 difference per month. And it showed that the larger the size of the pipe, the more it would increase, but we were told that was predominantly going to be the commercial customers that were using the larger pipes. But no, there's not. I sit, as mayor, I sit on the board and heard the same presentation that we heard the other day. But what I can do is I can make sure that we get this to the Waterworks, and ask them to come as a courtesy to our next meeting and see if we can't let them explain to the citizens how this was calculated. And maybe we can get an additional bit of information with regards to, if they have it, how many residential properties currently have the larger connections.
Okay.
Councilor Huff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, myself included, did not understand the presentation to mean this. I heard the $1.50 increase and a little bit of increase. I didn't understand it to mean that it would be increased according to the actual meter. I thought it would be increased according to water usage. Based upon you having a sprinkler system, you would pay more on your bill based on the use of that meter water for that particular period of time. I became interested when I got my water bill. I too have a sprinkler system. And my sprinkler system I have not used since probably July or August. And it ran about $8 and some change, and it went to about $20 and some change. So that's when I became concerned and tried to figure out, did I misunderstand the presentation? I went back through some of my notes. So if you can get somebody here or you can get the answers and let us know. Spoke with Ms. Bunn and a few other people in the neighborhood, and my neighborhood, her neighborhood. And I think that was it. I think the big piece was we understood and the increase was coming, but I thought it was based on usage and not size of meter. Thank you.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, were you, that's all you were in? Okay. Well, obviously, I think everybody's heard the concern tonight, and you know, this is a matter that has surfaced in the district I represent as well a few times. People have had concerns, and of course, I direct them towards the waterworks. I remind them that our mayor sits on the board. I reminded them, tried to walk them through and explain how the waterworks is going up on their costs. They continue to do that because the infrastructure costs continue to go up. The waterworks is not supposed to be a revenue-generating or a income-making entity. It just pays for the service to provide water, so whatever's used, they try to do that. Now, they also try to, keep their reserves and things like that in line in case there's a catastrophe. But that's what, if you look and do some research, water is most definitely the highest inflated utility at cost of all utilities, and across the country it's been going up. But, I've heard this same concern by Ms. Bunn, and, Councilor Huff, you're explaining it too. You have a family. And it's interesting, I knew this was coming tonight, and it piqued my concern because I got my mother-in-law's bill. And she lives a couple streets over from Councilor Woodson in Oakland Park. Now, my mother-in-law's 82, 83, and she lives by herself, and, during the summer she keeps a garden, but she doesn't have a sprinkler system or anything like that, and a lot of times she likes to travel, and she's not there. Now, I'm going to leave room. I'm going over there tomorrow, and I'm going to check to see if there's any leaks or anything like that or anything, but her bill is tripled, almost quadrupled in the last 2 months. And when I saw this, I'm like, gosh, that's more than my house. And I've got 5 people in my house. And you've got a family in your house, but you're talking about my mother-in-law, one person. She doesn't use it. Yeah, I got to get a little defensive, I'm getting brownie points tonight. I get a free meal after this. No, really, it just caught my attention, and actually ours went up too, but I'm thinking that maybe I did some extra stuff with my pool. I'm not sure. But it definitely has gone up on the sewage side, on the sewage treatment side, and then people are throwing in the cost that the waterworks is charging for the meters. That doesn't make sense if you already got a second meter in for your sprinkler system. You've already paid for it. You shouldn't get charged twice for it. I can understand if somebody's putting one in and the going rate, it is expensive to put in a water meter to a second water meter today, and you have to weigh that cost. But I'm seeing this more, Mr. Mayor, so I don't know if it's an anomaly. I don't know if something's wrong with the system. I don't know if they're even checking on this, but I would like to ask you and our executive manager or administration just to please have that conversation with the waterworks, because I know that like you said, there's been an increase, but it's a slight increase. It should be a slight increase based on, if you go on the website, they have all the numbers, and actually I instructed people to go to the website and look at all the cost. And then when you add it up based on your water usage, you're not talking about, it's like you said, you're not talking about a large increase on both sides. But, you know, there's some things happening out there in the community all around the city here that people are concerned about. And I really don't know what to tell them. I personally feel like there's something not adding up, but I don't know at the end of the day.
We'll get a representative here and invite them here to kind of talk about this. And before that, we'll bring some of these concerns and see if we can't find out if they have been experiencing a higher than normal amount of misreads or if there's something else going on. But we'll check it out.
To that, because I'm the only one at my house, and I work 2 jobs, and mine tripled. And I don't water my yard. I don't have a sprinkler. I let nature take care of it.
That also?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I'm going to add another layer to this cake. They didn't send out notices of the increase. They did not make it obvious that the increases were going to be happening January 1st. That is awful. They slap them on the hands for that, please. And then secondly, did we pass this through an ordinance or through a resolution? How did we vote? I remember us voting on it, but I don't remember how we did that. Do you remember, Clifton?
The water, well, the city attorney.
Yeah, they came and made their presentation based on a 5-year budget plan, but this council doesn't take a vote on the rate. The water board approves the rate, and that's it.
So we had no vote on this?
No. Right. It was information.
Is that you telling me that they can just, since y'all don't know?
Councilor Barnes?
Well, I was hoping that we could amend the resolution or something, but evidently we can't do that. Okay.
Councilor Barnes?
Sharon, first of all, thank you for coming down, because it's obvious, it's not only Sears Woods, it's all over. And I did read where they said they put notices in the paper or someplace, but you know, that's not adequately, obviously, with all the complaints that we have, that's not sufficient for this. And I do have another concern that, being that you're on the board, Mr. Mayor, I had a veteran, handicapped veteran, that I took down that had a problem with his water bill. And I don't know if you got the word, I see you smiling. Did you hear that I raised triple L down there? I did, because what I was told, and I took the veteran in a wheelchair. Obviously, they looked at him and saw that he was handicapped. And he had some cognitive impairments from the stroke he had. And in order to do something about his bill, they said the only way that you could do it is for him to get on a computer. And you're looking at an individual who's severely handicapped. And I talked to the individual down there, and I said, I want you to send me an email to this effect, because there are too many assumptions. First of all, not everyone's computer literate, okay, of computers. And secondly, how can you expect a person who's handicapped? And then they told me I couldn't do it for him. Because I even said, well, can I do it? Well, no, it's a security thing. So that was an issue that I meant to bring up, but I figure we're going to be having a discussion about something. That's something that really, and that person doesn't even have to be handicapped. It could be a senior citizen who's not computer literate. I think everybody up here, you see, I still got my book, I have a book. Everybody is on computer. So the bottom line is there are some issues that I would like for us to discuss with the water company. And Sharon, thanks for coming down again.
Thank you. I'm passionate about my sister like y'all are passionate about y'all's job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Ms.
Thank
Bunn, we will check on it.
I appreciate it, sir.
We will
'cause
bring it back.
I just
We'll
love
have
senior citizens. and I
ask
just
them to
don't
come
want-
here, and that way they can make a presentation so that the citizens can
Come
see it.
down.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
Do we, Mr. Mayor?
Ma'am? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bunn.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
do we have her contact information, so once you know when that presentation?
I have it.
Okay, we can let her know and the individuals. All right.
Thank you. All right, on to the city manager's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First on my agenda, we're asking you to approve the holiday schedule for the fiscal year 2021 budget year. It's recommended Thursday, December 24th.
There's a motion and a second to approve the holiday schedule. Any discussion? We can cue it, and councilors register your votes. That's approved.
Next, I'm asking approval for closure and abandonment of a section of 27th Street, reserving utility easements. Ham's Brother Body Shop currently owns property at 2700 4th Avenue and 2622 4th Avenue and 414 27th Street, which is north and south of the improved right-of-way, and Ham's Brother's Body Shop desires to replat the property into one parcel. There's no financial obligation on the city's part, and we're asking your approval.
Councilor, motion second to the motion, Councilor Thomas.
I just have a question, Mr. City Manager. As I recall, this property, 27th Street, does not, I mean, it's fairly segregated, right? I mean, it's not something that, for example, one of our fire trucks or ambulances or whatever would need to transfer through there.
Right. That's my understanding.
That's correct. It wasn't even ever built, so it's basically a natural piece of land that was reserved for right-of-way.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Huff.
Mr. City Manager, you did say that was to consolidate the properties
That's correct.
into one? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion second. Any further discussion? Bruce, if you cue it, council, you can register your votes. That's approved.
Next, Mr. Mayor, I've got the annual grants for capital and planning assistance for Metra, and we're asking your approval. It's for $2.8 million or as otherwise awarded. This fund's capital would be 80-20 and planning would be 80-20% match with 100% operating. Asking your approval.
Motion and a second to approve the grants. Any discussion? If not, Bruce, if you cue it, councilors register your votes.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge to come to the mic to talk about the Veterans Parkway property, the old Virginia College building at 5601 Veterans Parkway. And she has with us tonight some guests that I'm going to invite to come and sit up front with us as we talk about it. We've got our architect and the company that would do the renovations, and I'll ask her to introduce them. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an update on the purchase of the property at 5601 Veterans Parkway. And as the city manager mentioned, the architect that we've been dealing with, Paul Gibson, is here from Barnes Gibson Architect, as well as Todd Ammerman. He's with River City Contracting. He will be working with Paul Gibson on this project and has been working with him on the feasibility study and evaluation of the facility that we've been conducting since we signed the contract for this property. Just to go through the history, most of this you've heard before is by state statute, we are required to provide the County Board of Health with quarters related to their operation. The current location at 2100 Comer Avenue, which they currently occupy about 43,000 square feet. There's a small section of 864 square feet that Vector Control utilizes. Also included the Health Department with their district offices and their other umbrella agencies like WIC, Environmental Services, those types of things occupy about 80,000 square feet currently at that facility. They share this building with the district office as well as DFAX and New Horizons with a total building square footage about 240,000 square feet, known as the Health and Human Services Building. This building was originally owned by the Medical Center Hospital Authority, but was recently sold in 2016 to Family Holdings, a private entity. In FY 96, per the Resolution 15992 and 41-93, the city contributed $2.7 million to the Medical Center Hospital Authority for a partnership to construct the Health and Human Services building. Between 96 and FY20, our current fiscal year, we've paid out $9.8 million, including that initial contribution. That would be from rent, common area charges, and the contribution. Our current annual payment is $321,000, rounds out to be about $7.15 per square foot for that facility, including rent and common area charges. And those are broken out, $166 for rent and $156 for the common area charges. And although we did put in the initial $2.7 million investment in that Health and Human Services building, the building was sold without notice to the city. I don't believe we were contacted to see if there was any interest in the city owning that facility. So that transaction took place without our knowledge. It was considered tax exempt during the time that the Medical Center Hospital Authority owned it. It was inadvertently not changed from that tax exempt. So there were no taxes assessed, billed, or collected for 2017 and 2018. They were for 2019 when the tax assessor's office made that correction for a total of $221,000 in 2019. The Health Department's share of those taxes is approximately $60,000. Those taxes are passed on to the tenants in that facility.
And let me just interrupt you. The $60,000 taxes would be added to the 321 with common and rent.
That's correct.
So it'd be 321 plus the 60 as our pro rata share of property tax.
That's our projection, yes, sir. So the current lease ends at the end of June. The lease payment is expected to increase to an estimated around $475,000. This would be moving the base rent to $6 from $3.86, plus the existing common area charges and adding in that anticipated pass-through of the taxes to the tenants. That's where the $475 calculation comes from. This proposed lease agreement has not been submitted to the city manager's office, so we're with the understanding that it would be $6 per square foot, but that has not been formally submitted to the city manager's office for consideration. This is information provided to us by the Health Department. This is where the information comes from as to how much space they currently occupy. You can see they've provided us who pays for that space. The City of Columbus, which is that first section, shows the physical health facility as well as the Vector Control building, which is a very small piece of 864 square feet. That's where the 43,170 comes from that we've been utilizing in our evaluation. You can see the total of all the agencies that go under the Department of Public Health, including their charged area square footage is the 88,152. They provided their square footage charge on each one of those components and notated at the bottom that the common area charges vary between different agencies between $3.07 per square foot and $5.17 per square foot.
Well, and I just want to pause, just that we're clear. Where you show City of Columbus, the $43,170, that's all that we pay for.
Yes, and the vector control.
And the vector,
portion.
yes, and the 864. All of the other offices, to include the administrative office and other functions, the state or someone else pays.
They're paid either from the state as notated, and the ones that say individual programs, those are paid through a grant that's administered through the health department.
Okay.
So that's not something that the city pays for at this time. Just to kind of go through the timeline, the health department was advised that there would be an increase in rent by the new landlord when the lease expires June 30th. They were notified in August of 2016. They started meeting with the city manager and myself and other staff to discuss that proposed increase. They had asked the landlord what they thought the increase would be. They received some information from them in October of 2019 that showed a market study that they had conducted showing the average rent for similar medical and office facilities to be $10 to $20 per square foot. So at this time, we're continuing to look for a facility that could house the health department, that we could provide space for the health department as we're required to do, and to make sure that it was the most cost-efficient way. This is a general fund expenditure, so we were very interested in moving forward with the most cost-effective option that we could provide to council. We came to council on November the 5th and had those initial discussions about the Virginia College building just to get input from council and consideration. The Virginia College building is located at 5601 Veterans Parkway. It's around 70,000 square feet. The lower level is 60,000. Upper level, street level is a little over 10,000. It's right there at Veterans Parkway and Whitesville Road. It was built in '75. It was renovated in 2011 for Virginia College. And the list price at that time was $3.2 million. We did offer the 2.5, and estimated renovation costs at that time of around $2.5 million to renovate the facility. So November the 12th, council did approve for us to move forward with that purchase. We did make the offer in November. We signed the contract. And since that time, we have been in the due diligence period. That's where we've brought in Paul Gibson and their firm, and they've partnered with River City Contracting in order for us to do that needs assessment, the space utilization, the feasibility of the site. We've looked at the assessment of the building and the systems within that building, compiling renovation costs, and assessing public transportation requirements and those kind of things. So we have been doing our due diligence, which is what you're supposed to do during this period of time, to make sure that this building will work for what the health department needs are. Council, we came back to council December 3rd. We had recommended utilizing the Columbus Building Authority to issue $5 million in bonds. Council approved that, ratified that resolution on December the 3rd. There were RFPs done for that $5 million bond. The award went to Synovus Bank. It's a 20-year bond at 2.07%, which is an excellent rate for borrowing. There is no prepayment penalty and no closing costs on this transaction.
And let me just say that is an excellent rate. And of course, the mayor was at the Georgia Municipal Association board meeting, and they went through the same process, and their interest rate is 2.48% at GMA, and you heard that at the meeting. And so we have a 2.07. GMA received a 2.48, yes.
We did close on those bonds at the end of December, so the funding is available for this project. But again, no prepayment penalty, so we could pay the bonds off at any time without a penalty. To give the financial summary of this transaction and what we've been working on, the list price, as I mentioned, was 3.2. We offered, and the offer was accepted at $2.5 million. The bonds were issued for $5 million. As we've moved into this process, we have estimated the renovation costs at this point at $4.65 million, which I understand is higher than what our original projections were, and want to walk through our justification for that change in the renovation costs. But our proposal is to use those $2.5 million that's available in the bond issue, and then supplement that with some OLOST infrastructure funding of $2.15 million. $1.25 million is already budgeted in the OLOST fund infrastructure currently. When we refinanced bonds previously, there were some savings, so money that was budgeted in this fiscal year for debt service on other bonds could be utilized for this particular project, allowing us, or providing only $900,000 would actually come from reserves. So that's the request that we're making to provide for the renovation costs. The budget currently is $4,485,000. This is a design-build contract with Barnes Gibson Partners Architects, and they are here if there are any specific questions. That amount is broken out into planning and programming of $88,000, which is what they've been doing for these last several months, working directly with the health department to program the space and the utilization, as well as looking at the building and how it will circulate and how it will provide those services to the citizens. A design fee as we move forward of $225,000, construction of $3.9 million, exterior improvements of $255,000, and that would include a covered awning walkway for citizens to get into the building. And we're going to manage any parking lot improvements of $150,000. We're going to manage that internally within the engineering department, make sure there's sidewalks available, and that the parking lot is prepared for the health department. So the renovation costs increased from our original projections, and they were due to a number of things. There was a reevaluation of the functions that would be moving from Comer Avenue to Veterans Parkway. We wanted to make sure that the clinical and educational services moved and stayed together to create that one-stop shop for the citizens. Clinical space is more expensive than office administrative space, so kind of the focus changed from getting people over to that building. We kind of started looking at it more, what is the best and the most efficient use of that space to provide that one-stop shop to the citizens. So there were some spaces in that facility that we were unable to reuse that existing floor plan configuration for clinical space. We had looked at originally taking some of the classrooms and just dividing those up into offices, which work for administrative space, but does not work for the clinical space. And there's also an escalated timeline on this project. June 30th is coming up close, and so there is some overtime related to the contract in order to get this done by June 30th. This is just the floor plan that we've been working with. Paul Gibson has met with the health department, so has the contractor. We've met with them. They've toured their facility. They've looked at their current layout and tried to provide the space and utilization that will best fit the operations of the health department for those clinical services. And so the blue represents those things that we call responsibility of the city, the health department. The green would be those other services that you saw in that chart that are funded through grant opportunities. And so this is just the floor plan. I know it's hard to see, and if you want a larger copy of that, we can definitely provide that to you.
Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Hodge, where is the entrance to the,
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
facility?
Can you? Okay, so, get my glasses on. So right here, pick a color. Right here is on the north side of the building. And I'm actually, maybe I'll do, yep, let me get a different, let me move over to some pictures. Oh, I didn't put the pictures in here. What happened? Okay, so if you're, okay, so if you look at the bottom picture, this would be the entrance to that bottom level. So the bottom level is 60,000 square feet. So it would come, we're going to create an entrance coming off of Veterans Parkway that takes you down to the bottom level.
Will that current front entrance on the top picture be closed so that those people, as they pull into the parking lot, won't think this is where I need to go?
Yes, ma'am, and we have talked about creating signage, obviously, to direct people to what we want to be the entrance of the facility. So yes, ma'am, that will take place.
Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. Since bus transportation has been a big issue, will the bus stop then be on the side of the building where the entrance is going to be? Are we going to move it from wherever it is now out there?
Well, the 33 stops obviously will be where they are currently, but the shuttle service will take them around, yes.
To the backside?
Yes.
Councilor Garrett.
Director Hodge, do we have a estimate of the annual cost for the shuttle service?
Well, we don't have an estimate of that yet because we don't know the level of usage. But they are going to be small minibuses or vans that's going to be used, and the size of the vehicle used will be based on what the demand is. And so if someone comes into the transfer center and there's only 2 people, then we may take them on a 7-passenger van or a sedan. But we will have communications on the other end if someone needs to come back. So we're going to use the size vehicle that makes sense. And so we've got to gauge the use, but we do know that people get to the health department via their own vehicles, friends, but some use the bus. We just can't tell you how many. And so it'll be based on demand, and then we will have the cost. And it's being included in the public hearings that we were about to have. We came to you a few weeks ago about adjusting bus service, and so we're going to be including that as part of all of
Is the $335,000 a year in operational expense, is that just for things like security, or does that include annual maintenance cost?
Well, she's going to get to that.
Okay. Well,
if you'll allow.
I'll hold that question for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Councilor Davis.
Well, 2 things. I'm just going to highlight on what was just asked. Mr. City Manager, if after assessment of the transportation needs, which I think is wise, will that be handled by Metro?
Yes.
So really, you're talking about a restrictive fund that they have their own budget over there. Do you see us increasing the budget, or can it be handled within the budget of Metro?
It will be handled within the budget. I can tell you I was assistant director for 3.5 years and director over there for 9.5 years at Metro, and Deputy City Manager Goodwin was over there an equal period of time as director herself. And then, of course, we've got Rosa Evans. We don't know because I don't think that we're going to find that there is significant use of the bus system for that transportation.
Right.
But we'll make adjustments as we need to. And so that's why we're
I guess I'm saying that essentially it can be absorbed in the budget.
Absolutely.
Not really be a cost. Your budget
Absolutely.
remains the same, but
Yes.
at the same time, there's potential use for grants or funding from the federal government. A lot of that money comes from the federal government that goes into Metro. It's a restricted fund, so
just as
you've got options.
Just as you voted on earlier, it's 80-20 money in that sense, but I believe it will be absorbed, yes.
Right, okay. Back to the budget that you talked about, is that just a working budget that could come in less, maybe a little more. I mean, I look at it, and it could come in a little less, depending on if that's a conservative estimate, or is it a fixed not to exceed estimate that's been provided to the city?
So the estimate, the operational estimate, is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the construction budget.
Oh, the construction budget.
Construction budget with the additional renovation and remodeling costs that's been added that we just recently found out about. And I understand, I'm not going to go into that right now, but yes, is that just a budget subject to, it could be lower, or is it fixed and it's subject not to exceed?
Well, and I'll let River City and Todd Ammerman talk about the specifics of the budget, but what we've done is allowed them into the facility with all of their subs based on the existing preliminary plan. It's not fully designed, obviously, at this point, it's not fully designed. And those are the quotes that he received back from some of his subs with his oversight. So we feel comfortable with that.
And I understand, and I you know what, after thinking about it, we know in construction that remodeling and renovation are some of the most expensive costs there are. There's a lot of unknowns, Mr. Ammerman, you know that, but and I look at this project meeting a timeline. It's going to be labor intensive, which will probably incur a lot more cost as well to get it done in time. But you understand the question I just asked,
Yes,
right?
sir, I do. A lot of time and effort since I think our first meeting early December. We had the holiday schedule, but we had a wonderful set of documents that we were able to obtain from when the Virginia College renovation was put together. So we had a lot of good pertinent information in regard to the systems. We assembled what I would call a first-class team in regard to our local subcontractor network that understand the time parameters around this project. We had good narrative, great participation and vision from Paul in the floor plan and the consultants that he brought in. So the narrative was very specific in the assembling of this, what we're calling working GMP at this point. To address your question, we are anticipating picking up some economy as we finalize the program. I do not anticipate it to go any higher at this point.
So that's a budget.
So we feel pretty solid about the team that's in place, the knowledge that we had that went into it. We were full disclosure and transparency with the city and all the people we were working with, the amount of information that was provided, that these were not just guesstimates that were put together. These were professional estimates from the top contractors, subcontractors in this community. I'd like to say this right now, the way this has been put together, you have almost 100% local participation in the subcontractor community going into this project, which I would challenge anybody to meet that goal. But we've done it year in, year out. We've done other projects of this magnitude, this size, in time frames such as this. So we feel very comfortable with what's going on. I'm not going to take this task lightly. It is an uphill challenge. It's going to be a challenge, but our subcontractors are prepared to work 6 and 7 days a week to make this schedule work. So that's where we're at right now, and as we move forward, the information is going to get more and more detailed, and we are anticipating that we can come back with some potential savings.
Well, great. Well, that sounds good. You answered my question, but look, I really I can't say it enough, but I really appreciate what you just said about keeping it here, keeping it local, and the money going back into our local economy. We've always talked about that, so I didn't know if you planned to say that, but that was important.
Well, we're excited, thank you, sir, and we're excited to be potentially part of this project. We understand that it's in your hands yet. This is where some of the at-risk comes into play in this particular project. We've been working for nearly a month and a half to get to this place. That's the at-risk. If this project doesn't move forward, we understand that. There's some risk associated with the time investment that we've had. However, this is not something new to us, and definitely the city. We've represented the city on some other opportunities in the past that I think ended up being win-wins. funds that were actually encountered. So we believe in being a team player. We provide services. To me, a successful project isn't successful until the occupant moves in and it meets their needs and their business is thriving. To me, that's what brings full circle and closure to the project. So, you know, we've demonstrated in the past that, you know, we're going to bring additional value along the way.
And Mr. Mayor, I will just reiterate that it's the local participation to include the financing. I mean, Synovus is very competitive, 2.07, and obviously others were interested in doing this, but the financing is local.
Well, Mayor, if I may, and then, forgive me for kind of delaying the presentation here for a minute, but since these guys are here, I'd like to interject something that came to my attention today. I know you've got a parking lot budget there. Somebody brought a concern to me I'd like to note while we're talking about this. Maybe the backside of the building, they talked about potential traffic going through Bickerstaff Parham and then over to Builders First Source, that being able to direct that traffic so it wouldn't, if you've been out there, there's a lot of throughways and, you know, you can look at it as an airport runway, but, you know, maybe be able to block that off or kind of direct the traffic appropriately.
Take a look at it.
Well, it's funny, we were just talking about that earlier tonight.
Go to the mic.
Oh, excuse me. Bollards may be an opportunity that could be removed as need be.
Perfect.
At this time, the plan is not, as has been mentioned, to activate the upper level. So I think controlling that at this time would be fairly simple.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Thomas.
I have a number of questions, but the one that I want to go to right now is follow up on Councilor Garrett and the bus stop. I have had a number of people in the community ask me about the cost of the shuttle. And so I tried to do a little bit of looking at this myself. And from what we were told was that currently the people who do ride the bus to the health department, most of them, or many of them, or some of them, get on the bus. Suppose they live in Oakland Park. They get on the bus in Oakland Park or Midtown or Reese Road or wherever they are, and they go to the transfer station. And then they walk from the transfer station the 2 blocks to the health department. And there's no shuttle provided now for that. You get from the transfer station to the health department by foot. When this, if this happens, I get on the bus in Oakland Park or Midtown or Reese Road and go to the transfer station. There is a bus line that goes from the transfer station down Hamilton Road to Veterans Parkway to the bus stop that is at the drugstore there on the corner of Whittlesey, Whitesville, the Walgreen drugstore, Whitesville and Veterans. And so I'm having a hard time justifying a shuttle, because in order to have a shuttle, you're going to have somebody, you're going to have a vehicle to begin with. You're going to have to keep up the vehicle with the normal vehicle cost. You're going to have somebody to drive it. You're going to have someone, I don't know how often the shuttle would run, if you're going to have somebody there all the time, but currently, you could get on the bus at the transfer station and go down, I think it's Route 6 or 8, I don't remember the number, but it goes down Hamilton Road and Veterans Parkway to the Walgreens. And I'm not sure why we would anticipate a shuttle that would follow, quite frankly, probably the same road. And I have not heard that that piece of it has been talked about, has been discussed, and we would not have to make any further expenses to do that. It would take someone from, I looked at, from Oakland Park to the transfer station takes about 50 minutes, and then from the transfer station to Veterans Parkway, that stop takes another 50 minutes. And that, of course, is if everything hits on time. And our bus route folks are pretty good about making sure things hit on time. So I'm looking at that kind of timeline to go to from the Oakland Park through the transfer station to Virginia College spot. I've not heard that discussed at all. And it somewhat concerns me that it took me about 10 minutes online to figure that out. And, you know, I don't know what the, I don't know why we're even talking about a shuttle that I think is not necessary.
Well, and let me just say, Mr. Mayor, I am completely sensitive to what we're spending or what we will spend, not just on transportation, but on continuing under a lease versus purchase. I'm concerned about the bottom line. On the transportation component, first of all, I've said we've got 33 stops up there. And also, I've made clear that based on my transit background and experience and the deputy city managers and even the current director, I don't anticipate a shuttle. There will be much demand for the shuttle. And we would not hire a driver for a shuttle. We have what we call transit bus supervisors. And when you see a bus break down and you see a van goes out to that bus, that is not a regular driver, that's a supervisor. And they put people on the van and they get them to the transfer station or wherever. And so it would be a demand response shuttle. If two people come into the transfer station and they need to get to the Virginia College Health Department, the transit supervisor, who's already on the clock and working, and they ride routes all over town and check on bus drivers to make sure they're hitting running points on time, to make sure they are not eating when they should be safety. And so the transit supervisor is the one who would be doing the shuttle. And that transit supervisor, and they have radio systems. And so someone would say, I've got 2 for Virginia College. A transit supervisor swoops through and picks them up, get them up there, and or they say we've got 2 people at Virginia College need to get to the transfer station. The transit professionals have figured this out. And so we're not hiring a driver, and we're not, and so it's part of their day's work. And again, I do not anticipate a lot of demand. I know people who are using health department services and trying to get the DFACs as good as anybody. And I've said before, because I had to do it, you know, through high school and on into college, and I still have a lot of family members do it. So when I talk, I'm talking about having lived a life. And so I don't anticipate it. We've got the transit portion figured out with minimum expense to the city, using bus driver supervisors and the vans that they would use, and our cars that would be used, and we will get people there.
Mr. City Manager, I guess and I don't want to, I guess I don't understand why, if I'm going to some other location you know, uptown. I go to the transfer station and I get on the bus that goes uptown.
Sure.
I don't understand why our plan is not, you go to the transfer station and you get on the bus that goes to the health department. I don't understand why that's not the solution rather than.
Well, and the reason we came with that proposal, Counselor, is because when we started this process, many were looking for reasons that it shouldn't happen. And they said, well, it shouldn't happen because transportation. You know, it's going to be 3.3 miles away, so, you know, they're going to be hurt because they can't get there for transportation. Well, we solved that problem. Then we didn't hear any more about transportation. And so, and we've heard this reason and that reason and this reason. And so, but the transportation component came because initially that was the argument.
Well, I have heard a lot of conversation about the cost of the shuttle. And we need to make sure that, But I get it. I hear. And by the way, I do know the people who go to DFACS and to other places. I too have experienced some of those services and so forth.
Yeah. And I get that.
Let me make a comment with regard to the shuttle. And as I recall, I think the shuttle became part of the equation when our concern was that there might be people who got a ride to the health department, dropped off there because they hadn't had access to any communication about its relocation. And our concern was that there were people who were at the old health department and maybe not have access to, or took a cab or an Uber and got out there. That's how that started. And then when we started talking about people who were walking from there, I share your concern, because I thought at that time, well, I don't know why we're going to, we have buses leaving the transfer station.
But we were doing it again, Mayor, because
That's right.
Some around the table here and some who were arguing that debated that we should continue to lease initially used the dislocation of, they would be dislocated, they can't get there, and that's when I told you, well, it's 0.7 miles from the transfer center to the current building, and it's approximately 4 miles to the other building. It was about, they can't get there. So we said, well, we can fix that.
And I think both staff and the city council, you know, we talk about it being about the bottom line, and it is to an extent. That's what got our attention about looking at alternative ways to provide these services that we are mandated to provide. But the immediate concern became, can we provide the service? And can we provide it in a way that they have been accustomed to receiving it? Now, any change is tough. I mean, it just is. It's a different location. There's going to be some trauma. And I think that I know that one of the reasons that the city manager became adamant about making shuttles available is we wanted to close any loopholes, real or perceived, that might make the individuals who are accessing these services feel disenfranchised. So we kind of, in my opinion, was a little overkill. We're going above and beyond to make certain that we don't allow anybody to not be able to access those services. And that, to some degree, that's why the cost went up, is because if we're going to buy and we're going to continue to provide these services, I think they did the right thing. I wish we'd estimated ahead of time, but I think they did the right thing in looking at how can we make it better? How can we make it more streamlined? What can we do to improve the way the services are delivered and how people have access to them? So, it's still going to be traumatic. It is, because it's different. And if the shuttles help mitigate that, then I think we use the shuttles until that need is no longer there.
And I think that, and we want to do it until, and even when we think the need is not there, if someone comes in, the supervisors, they're burning up gas, riding over, checking routes and doing all this anyway. So we've got someone on the clock that we're paying, and that's what they do. They go and meet buses and get people when the bus was late, and so we do that.
Councilor Barnes?
I was one of the ones that was concerned. But we just got finished congratulating Miss Alexander, Miss Hodge. We need to get Miss Rosa. You know, Miss Rosa verbalized to me, because I was concerned,
Yeah,
and I did speak with her, exactly what you said.
yeah.
Because my biggest concern, and I was one of the ones that was concerned, how it was going to happen. Well, I think we need to give Ms. Rosa, because she's on top of it, she pretty much explained.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking a number of things. I wonder how much it's going to cost us and this and that. She said, nope, Councilor Barnes, you don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah.
We already got it worked out. So we need to give Ms. Rosa a hand, because I was concerned.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to find out, and she said, she explained everything. She said, you want to know something? We're already on top of that.
Well, I can assure you, we're cost conscious.
And that's what she said, no, we don't have to. I was concerned. Because I didn't want the ball, something to fall through the crack and we not do it. But she outlined exactly what you said. So we need to give Ms. Rose.
But Councilor Thomas, I hear your concern.
Oh, there she is. She got everything worked out.
Okay, Mayor, I don't.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Thomas again.
My only concern, Mr. City Manager,
Yes.
is when we get new information, we factor that in.
Absolutely.
And right now, I don't see that in this particular piece.
I understand.
So that's all I'm asking you to do, is when we get new information, it be factored in.
We will certainly do that.
And if we need to provide a shuttle, I think we probably will not need to provide it for long.
I agree.
Obviously don't think we need to provide one.
I agree.
But that's,
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the model that we're using for this particular project is the design-build method. I pulled this slide when Marvin Woodward was here from GSFIC, and we were talking about the Government Center. He provided this slide, and I think it really demonstrates the delivery methods that can be utilized for a construction project. And not to spend a lot of time on this, but you can see in the first bullet, design build, and over to the far right, time saved. This is the time when you utilize this particular process, is when you're under a very time-sensitive project. And this just reinforces why we selected that. It's something that the state utilizes when time is of the essence. The facility renovation contract, we're using the resolution 150-17, which was approved a list of vendors who successfully met the requirements of the RFP for architectural services. The city can utilize any of the vendors that have been approved by council to perform services. We look at things like the project side, the time sensitivity of the project, what the other vendors that we're utilizing that are under bid, what their projects are with the city. So we look at multiple items in order to select the architect for any project when we use our annual contract. Barnes Gibson was selected to perform these services under this design-build model, and they are partnering with River City Contracting, which you've heard from them earlier. It's not frequently used. We can only recall 2 instances where we used this particular design-build model. One was with the Comer Gym, and one was with Fire Station 11. Both of those were 2WR, but River City was the contractor that they partnered with on both of these projects, and these were both time-sensitive projects trying to get the facility back up and running as quickly as possible. And so that was the method that we selected to move forward with on this particular project. River City will be providing the performance bond on this project as we move forward with renovations. The financial comparison, we looked at renting and continuing in the existing facility as opposed to owning, and although the financial considerations are not the only component, it's definitely something that we looked at very closely, looking at from the rent perspective, staying in the existing building. The initial contribution, $2.7 million. Over the last 25 years, we've paid rent and common area charges of $7 million. Total expended to date, $9.8 million. The proposal that we understand the landlord is offering is a 10-year lease, moving that to $6 from the $386. over that 10-year period would be another $4.7 million. And extending that an additional 10 years, and this was with no increases in the common area charges or the rent over this entire 20-year period, which is probably unlikely. That total would be net cost to the city for that 20-year period of $9.5 million for a total cost from the initial rental of this facility to over $19 million.
If I could make one comment with regard to some of those assumptions, I think it's, to be completely fair, the initial contribution of 2.7 was made at the outset when we started this contract. It would not factor into a next 20 years. We're also assuming that that rent will not escalate at the end of 10 years, which is unlikely, so that should balance some of that out. But also at the end of 20 years, our debt service is retired, and from that point on, we have a significant savings, and that's when we begin to factor in primarily just some of the maintenance. And with regard to that, I'll go ahead and go on record now. I would recommend that council, some of the rent that would be coming in from some of these agencies that have decided they wanted to follow along, a portion of that be deferred so that it will handle any deferred maintenance going on into the contract. So just kind of food for thought. Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Hodge, if you're going to count the $7,079,000 rent that we've paid for the last 25 years in the landlord owns column, why didn't you count it in the taxpayer owned column?
There was no expense for ownership on the taxpayer. The taxpayers made this payment to the landlord.
We made a payment of $7,000, right? $7 million.
$7 million over the last 25 years.
Over the last 25 years. And you're comparing in the total how much we have paid in the last 25 years.
No, ma'am. Well, let me clarify. The bolded line that says rent common area of $9.5 million, that is only the last two lines, the $4,755,000 and $7
No, I'm
million.
looking at the $19 million.
The $19 million, if we continue to rent that space for the next 20 years, the taxpayers will have invested $19 million from the beginning of the facility until today, and still the landlord would own the building. So the comparison is really looking at the 20-year period versus the 20-year period. This is just to provide total information on how much we've expended on this facility.
I guess I don't understand why we will count the $7 million that we paid over the last 25 years in one column and not count it in the other column. If you're going to count how much it cost us, it ought to be the same items in the list.
Well, I think we're just saying, here's what we've paid for rent over the last 20.
I understand that, but I also think that $7 million either should not be counted in the landlord owns the building because we've already paid that, or it should be counted in the taxpayer owned because we have already paid that. You know, if you're going to count it in one pot, you got to count it in the other pot.
You could do that. If you wanted to break it down, I mean, and frankly, even if it was...
But it didn't help us towards ownership.
But even if it was the exact same, I think still owning...
But what you're saying here is this is the financial comparison. It's not whether or not we own it. It's that we're comparing how much we've spent or are going to spend, or maybe, you know...
And I think to be fair, if you took that rent common area line and own net cost, it's still a $2.25 million savings. And I understand where Councilor Thomas is coming from, because if you look at it going forward, we have spent already the 2.7 initially invested, and then we have spent the $7 million over 20 years. So even if you took that out, you've got the two lines for the 10-year and the 10-year, assuming there would be no increase, which is highly unlikely. So we're at $9.5 million for rent common area on one, and if we owned it for the same period of time, we would have invested $7.250. However, that would be the last payment we'd make, and then we would begin the next year deducting the 6.2 million. So it just, I mean, you can leave out that other initial investment, I think, to be fair, but it still is a $2 million savings each year
That's
for
right.
20 years, and then after 20 years, it becomes an $8 million savings.
So I get that if you start from scratch, 20 years on the lease side, 20 years on the ownership side,
Right.
the numbers come out the same. You still spend $2 million more to rent it and you don't own it than you do to purchase it and you own it, and your debt service goes away forever, and you're only spending operating expense at that point.
And
So-
most of the folks are going to look at the line that says total.
Well, I think the point here was to show how much we've spent in rent over the last years and we don't own it. That's all that was to do. We've spent a lot of money in rent, and we don't own anything. The taxpayers do not own anything.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, I just want to say that's just a reflection. Really, the differences, the variable differences in rent, common area, and the own net expense. But in reality, when you really look at it, there's a tremendous amount of unknown costs that those numbers wouldn't reflect. So if you add those in, it's going to be a much greater number.
Well, yeah, so but I think we get it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Garrett?
I don't know if you want me to hold my question about the expenses, because she's on this slide, but
No, that's fine.
I just want to know what all was discovered in the inspection as far as how old's the roof, how much is it going to cost when we need to replace a roof, HVAC systems, any of the major issues. I've heard about mold. I don't know if there's any legitimacy to that, but has all that been inspected? Have we had a thorough inspection outside of the contractor?
Well, I will say that we, staff, engineering, inspection and codes, and Public Works toured the facility. They've obviously done some more in-depth assessment of the facility, and if Todd wants to comment on that.
Yes, real quick, in regard to your question, sir, the roof was a new roof at the time that the Virginia College renovation was done. The mechanical systems were new at the time of the Virginia College renovations. The gang bathrooms, which will service the majority of the building, are in place. Those bathrooms are staying intact. We are not touching those because they meet the occupancy, the code, the fixture count requirements, and are in good shape in regard to ADA compliance and things like that. So in general, you have a good bill of health as far as the components of the building. As far as due diligence, as phase ones, phase twos, those are common of which the city would do. Through our inspections while we were on site with architects and engineers, mechanical engineers, there was no signs of mold or mildew. Now, I'm not saying that there is, because I didn't test or anything specifically, but there was none noted. And, you usually can tell when you walk in a building just by your first breath what might lie ahead of you. So the building's a sound building. It's a really good sound building. So,
okay.
Does that answer your question, sir? Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Hammerman, while you're there, I've seen some comments float around out there about the building being a metal, corrugated metal building or a metal building, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but that building is a solid concrete structure, probably one of the most solid buildings in all this town. Would I be right in saying that?
Yes, sir. It's a tilt-up construction, solid concrete panels. The little bit of ephes that you see on the front of it was more decorative, a little bit. Bar joist structure. It's a non-combustible structure, fully sprinkler. So it's a solid building.
So that'd
There's
be
no
probably
signs
one of the first places we had a tornado or something, the first place you want to go, right?
It'd be right up there on the top.
Well, and I'm amazed at, I don't know, I haven't gotten any of that, but I don't know where it's originating from. all the allegations and confusion, but I guess it's out there.
Ms. Hodge?
So I wanted to respond to Councilor Garrett's question about the expenditure proposal for the operational expenses. We looked with Public Works as far as the maintenance staff that would be necessary, the janitorial service, the security, the supplies, the contracts associated with the fire alarm, the sprinkler system, the elevator, those operational costs associated with the building were all part of the $335,000 budget that we prepared. The tenants are responsible for the utilities and any janitorial services within their office space, so they would be responsible for those costs associated with that. And just kind of to go through the own option, what we looked at was the debt service on the $5 million. That total is around $6.2 million. The renovation costs in excess of the bond was the $2,150,000 that we had talked about earlier. Carrying out those operational costs for the 20-year period at 6.7, our estimated rental income at 7.8. We are continuing to work with the health department on figuring out that rental agreement and the use of the common area space. And so the own net cost is the $7,250,000 compared to that same period of time, that 20-year period of 9.5 renting in that space. The services that will be relocated as of July 1, if approved, is to move the clinical educational services to the Veterans Parkway facility. That includes vital records, immunization, the WIC, dental, clinical services, infectious disease services, student services, teen health, all of those clinical services would relocate as they work hand in hand together. What would remain at the Comer facility is those residential and business services, environmental health, which would be things like septic tanks, swimming pools, the tourist accommodation, restaurants. Those are business-driven and not citizen particularly driven. Vector control is not really an office that there's citizen foot traffic to. They would remain emergency preparedness and then the district administration. So we worked with the health department to best provide the services to the citizens and relocating those to the Veterans Parkway and leaving those administrative, residential, business services at the Comer facility. So at this time, if there's no other questions, our recommendation is that we move forward with the purchase and the closing of Virginia College and the renovation of the facility.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. Can we look at the slide that which services are going to stay at 5601 Veterans Parkway and which will go to Veterans Parkway and which will stay in Comer, and compare it with the other list that shows what we pay for and what the state pays for, so we can kind of understand, because it looks like we pay for vector control, but vector control is staying at Comer, so we will be paying some rent.
We will, the lease agreement they'll pick up that vector control and we'll provide that same square footage in space. So that will be handled through the lease agreement. So there won't be two separate lease agreements handling vector control. They'll pick that up under their district office.
Who's they?
The health department.
Okay, so
it's very difficult to take this and divide it by services.
Okay.
But I think the vector control is really that, and it's 864 square feet.
Okay, so then the other, where we have the layout, and you had it color coordinated. So are you saying that the blue area, are all of these under what the city of Columbus is responsible for paying? Or are we responsible for paying for the blue and the green is rent?
The green is the rental space, and that would be the WIC office, the clinical services. Those are outside of the physical health that we're currently paying for.
So the green areas are where we will be bringing in income.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So the green areas is where we're
Yes.
bringing
That's correct,
in
yes.
income.
That's correct.
Yes.
And then the gray areas are just common areas, and so.
Those would be shared areas, so.
So we are bringing in income in those areas too.
A portion of those. Those would
Right.
share the common area. One of the things that we found at the existing facility is a lot of these services that are provided all had their own break room, all had their own conference rooms, and so we were able to gain some efficiencies with this layout. They'll be able to share a larger break room and not have to have individual break rooms. They'll be able to share conference space where before they had smaller conference rooms. And so we've worked with the health department in order to share a lot of the spaces that they have currently at their facility.
Okay, and so, so explain to me again about so really the vector control that's staying at Comer, that's going to be, the payment for that is absorbed into?
We'll give them a credit for those 864 spaces on their leasable space at our building, so that it will balance.
So we will sign a lease with the owners of Comer for Vector?
No, that will be handled through their health department. We'll provide the other taxable, or the other leasable spaces a credit of 864 square foot to compensate for the vector control piece that's remaining at Comer.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am. Counselor Thomas?
Would you go to the one that shows, let's see, I believe it's 5. It shows the, which ones are going and who's paying?
Oh, you're talking.
That
This?
one.
Okay.
That one. The ones that start with District Child Health through WIC Kitchen, are those required by the state that we provide? Are these ones that are state agencies and that they will rent space from us? I guess what I want to know is, of that list, who's going to be renting space from us?
So the individual programs, those spaces are currently paid for through grant funding, is my understanding.
From the state?
I don't know who they receive their grant funding from. I would assume it's a state grant funding.
And I guess one of my questions then is, who has the authority to say that WIC is going to move?
In our meetings with Dr. Townsend, who is the district manager, not just of the Muskogee County, but of the 16 districts, it's her direction that they follow. She's over all of these functions.
Does she have the authority to tell them they got to move, or is that a state function?
My understanding from what she's relayed to us is that that's her responsibility to determine that.
And she has that authority?
She's given us that impression that she has that authority. I don't know that.
Well, and I guess of the ones then on the slide that Councilor Crabb was looking at, have all of those in the green agreed to come?
They have all met with Dr. Townsend. They've reviewed the floor plan. We've made changes. I know that Paul and Todd have met with them, talked about their floor plan. My understanding is that if Dr. Townsend says this is where your new facility will be, this is where they will go.
And do you have a ballpark figure? And I'm making sure that I tell you ballpark figure on how much rent those green spaces are going to bring in?
At this point, we've estimated over the 20-year period to be 7.8. I do want to clarify this one section that's called pharmacy in the lower right-hand corner. That is outside the control of Dr. Townsend. That is a separate pharmacy that's located at the Health and Human Services facility. If they choose not to relocate, and I have her contact information, I got that today, so I will call them to determine if they're planning to relocate. If they don't, then we will not build out that space.
And so...
That is outside the control of the health department.
Right. So what was the rent that we're getting from those other?
We've estimated at $7.8 million over the 20-year period.
And is that I know that on the other slide that we were looking at, you had some common area per square foot. Do you recall what
that includes all of that?
Do you recall what the square footage price is on those?
So at this point, we've looked at this $6 base rent to coincide with what they would be paying, and looking at a $4 per square foot for the common area charges.
And your number is based on no adjustment from that over the 20-year period?
correct.
So if we do any adjustment, it would obviously be more revenue.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But we're in discussions with the health department on all of those lease agreement specifics.
Okay, would you go to slide 10, which is the financial summary? No, not that one. Keep going back.
Right here?
That one. The 2.5 from the OLOS infrastructure. I recall that we approved, seems like it was like $130 million in debt service, and we would only draw on that as we needed to do that. Is that what this is? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not exactly.
You don't know? Let me think now. It seems like...
So we refinance bonds, and there's a portion of the bonds that are paid out of OLOS infrastructure for this building and auditorium. When we which was the 2010 bonds, when we went through and refinanced those recently, and we had savings related to the debt service because we were able to refinance at a lower rate, this $1.25 million was already budgeted in this fiscal year for the debt service prior to the refinancing. So this would be money that is budgeted for debt service that is not needed in FY20. That's what the 1.25 would be. So the request would only be $900,000 actually from OLOS infrastructure reserves.
Am I remembering incorrectly? Didn't we a couple of years ago say we're going to have this much debt service, but we're not going to draw on it until we need it?
Okay, so what you're referring to was back in 2010 when we did the original.
2010?
Yes, ma'am. When we did the original bonds, we were going to do two series, an A and a B series in 2010. And the projects that we listed originally were this building. We had some road projects. We had, trying to think, there was a fire station. The other project that was going to be in the series, the second series, was the jail expansion, and that would have, the proposal at that time in 2010 was the debt service on the jail expansion. Remember, there was discussion about adding 600 beds back in 2010, and that debt service would come out of the public safety OLOS portion, not the infrastructure OLOS.
Okay.
I think that's what you're
I
probably
think so.
calling.
Okay. Go to the next slide, if you will. The parking lot. I've been asked, how many parking spaces are we talking about up there? Do you have any idea?
It's a lot.
I thought it's in excess of 175 or
Because
what? I mean,
I
it's
guess
quite.
I drove by the
a lot.
health department the other day, and that parking lot
It's more,
was
I'm sure.
full, completely full, and I'm just wondering how that compares to the parking lot at the Virginia College.
Well, and that's because you've got New Horizon and DFAX and all of those. That's a 240,000 square foot building.
Right.
And
Right.
our portion is 43,000 plus the 8 vector, so that's the difference.
Okay, and I've got one more question. On the next slide, I think it is, you say the escalated renovation scheduled to meet the June 30th, 2020 deadline. 5 months. We're going to be able to do this in 5 months?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens if we don't?
No option, it's going to happen.
Well, if, you know, and he says no option is going to happen. If it doesn't happen, and I know that the landlord cares about the health department, they've expressed that through various means, we would probably ask them for a 30-day extension. But he says it's not going to happen, and that's what we're working towards, and that's why overtime is built in. But I know that based on all of what we're going through, the landlord would be nice.
Well,
Because they care.
I know the landlord does care about kids and the constituents in Columbus, and I think you're right. I think he would be willing to extend the lease for a period of time. I'm not sure how much he charges for that, but I think that would happen. But
To respond, there's over 300 parking spaces at the Virginia
Okay.
College building.
the way it's currently laid out.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And, you know, we may want to do something to the front of that so that, like, turn that parking lot space into green space so that people won't park there. They'll go look for a parking place around by the, you know, by the back door.
We'll try to use signage and direct people to that parking lot that would be closer to the door.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Crabb.
Have you looked at our current lease to, so we've given proper notice, and that if we did need to rent, what our time frame is, that we'd have to pull that trigger to extend it for 1 month, 2 month, whatever?
Yeah, we've had the lawyers to look at the lease, and the lawyers obviously can respond. We've had
The current lease that we have.
We've had our lawyers to look at the current lease, and there is no notice, according to what the Assistant City Attorney has advised. And of course, I think if we determined that we were not going to meet the timeline, as soon as they would let us know, we would react. But the lawyers have looked at the existing lease, the current lease.
And there's nothing in there that says we have to give notice or they have to give notice?
And she's shaking her head no. And I've asked a question. We had the Deputy City Attorney, Assistant City Attorney to look at that.
Right, wow, okay.
All right.
That's from the lawyers.
That appears to be all.
Mimi.
Wait a minute. Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I just, you know, personally, I've always tried to, when we get, this is somewhat of a major decision, and anytime we are asked to evaluate and look at these and approve them or disapprove, or, you know, not go in a direction that we think is not appropriate, then certainly I feel personally that I should at least reflect in public my thoughts on the matter and how I came and got through a thought process to get to the point. And I'd like to share a little bit, if I may. And I wrote some notes down, and I'm not going to go through the whole notes, but I'm going to support the executive administration and city administration's efforts in bringing forth what I think is a legitimate option to approve the authorization to move forward with a new health department facility, which I believe will be set up in such a way to provide a better service atmosphere and streamline the customer service experience, which the community needs provided by the health department will be there for many years to come. I truly believe that this new facility will be a noticeable improvement and enhancement to the services provided to those in need. And I'd like you to go up to that, one of the things I did over the weekend, I'd like you to go up to the slide about basically the numbers. They're larger numbers, but I'd like you to, right there. I think, and I've said it a few times when I looked at this, that, it was a no-brainer, and in looking at it, and certainly I have been quoted as saying that this is a deal for the taxpayers. When I saw the increased renovation and construction costs, I had to step back and say, wait a minute, I might want to reevaluate this and rethink at it. But I did that over the weekend and really looked at this closely, and it still hasn't changed. I mean, really, at the end of the day, before the increase in renovation costs and remodeling costs, the city was in a position to save millions. And even now, the city's in a position to save millions over the course of a year. That's a win-win for the taxpayers. It's unfortunate that we're at this situation because, we live here in this town together, and we do a lot of public-private partnerships, and we all work, and certainly, concessions have been made both in the development community and through the city and relationships, et cetera. But we have no control over when, what I believe was a nonprofit entity that had a relationship with the city at the time. The city invested and did a lot of things for the city. Long-term contracts were made to provide services, indigent care services, things like that. So there were a lot of things that were done that I think over time developed a relationship and really contained cost to this city. And we've never been in a situation to really question a matter like this because we had a nonprofit entity, Regional Medical, Regional Midtown Hospital and group that we've always worked with, and they've been good to work with. So it just really, from an operational budget standpoint, the city finances has always been a line item. It was always there, and we never really talked about it until Regional was sold to Piedmont, and Piedmont decided to divest all their real estate. We couldn't control that, but they grouped a lot of it, sold it to REITs, and then they had some they put on the auction block. I think this building was on the auction block, and it was bought. But it went to a for-profit private entity that now is in business. And, and they got to look at it as doing business the same way. That's what they do. So, yeah, you can expect changes that in the past we never really were challenged by, and now we're at a point that we're kind of challenged by. So I commend the administration for looking at options to try to find ways to reduce our city's operational cost. And really, that's what you're talking about. When you look at this, and I said a minute ago about knowns and unknowns, if you look at these two comparisons, you look at Comer versus Veterans, and we'll just leave it like that, Veterans Parkway. On one side, you've got a lot of unknowns, and I've seen the lease agreement, by the way. And you've got a lot of unknowns where on the Veterans side, you have knowns. What do I mean by that? Basically, on the Veterans side, your costs are contained. And really, you have an opportunity. The question is, if you have an opportunity to reduce your operational budget, why would you? Versus increasing your operational budget significantly in the future for many years to come. So when you look at those numbers, I think they reflect on the Veterans Parkway side as a minimal. That's a minimal cost that they're not going to increase. I don't look at them as increasing. If anything, they're going to decrease. Matter of fact, over time, I suspect that they will decrease and go down because the city just has so many options. You don't have options with leasing property. A wise businessman told me one time that if you own your property then you're in a good position. You'll control your destiny, and that's so true. On the city side, the city has so many options with this when you look at it. There's a possibility of more revenue coming in from future, I guess, endeavors that, for lack of a better term, that the city may do. There may be some other, I think we've all talked about some other things we can do to consolidate and reduce our operational expenses. And that's a possibility here because you got a lot of extra space. You also, it's not reflected here, but you've got an asset. You've got an asset that you bought at a 30% discount that's going to appreciate, and if you're in real estate, you know that it's going to appreciate anywhere from 2 to 2.5% a year. So you add that to that, that's going to be close to $3 million, and you reflect the $3 million with the variable, the difference of 2.2 in savings right there. I mean, you're talking now $5.2 million in itself just in savings because you own an asset that you don't have to pay out. And then you look at the increased options that the city has. The city has the ability to borrow cheap money. We're doing a cash infusion, one-time cash infusion with the increase in cost. That doesn't cost the city any money. We've got so many funds that at any given time you can pay down on your debt service. There's no penalties on the debt. You can pay the debt off any time and no cost to the city. So every time you do that, you continue to reduce. You know, in our world, we call it cash flow, but with government, it's reducing your operating budget. So you've got every opportunity, the options to continue to reduce your operating budget on the Veterans Parkway side, where, when I said the unknowns, on the other side of the equation, you don't know what's going to happen. We know what the minimal is, what's being presented to us as a minimal. But in reality, those costs are going to escalate. And the city's going to wind up paying more over time. And you say, well, why you say that, Glenn? Well, you got a building that's 25 years old over there. I mean, you're going to have to make changes on that sooner or later. The way the agreement's written up is the tenants are going to absorb all that cost. That's going to be passed on to the tenants. The only thing that's fixed is the base rate. So when you talk about what's known as the common space or common area costs, and then there's, I believe, a additional rent term that's described to include maintenance, which is another cost. I don't know what all the city's signing up for at the end of the day because it's an open-ended kind of lease agreement where all the cost over time are going to be passed on to the tenants. So really, you're reducing your operating costs versus increasing, and it's going to increase. So there's millions more to be saved in the long run on this. And that's what I'm looking at. And I can only speak for myself. So I think this is the right decision to make for the taxpayers of Columbus, Georgia, because ultimately this is it's a business decision. And it's dealing with the operating budget of Columbus, Georgia. That's where this money comes from. The state says we got to pay it. If we pay out more over the course of time, we're agreeing to increase our operating budget, but we got an option on the table that we can decrease our operating budget. So I like it from that standpoint, and I like the opportunity that I'm now learning that, yeah, more money's going into it in renovation costs, but I think, like I said, streamlining and provide that better, newer, more modern customer service, you would have to pay for it the other. If you lease from anybody else, you would have to pay for this, but being able to do it here and then controlling your cost here on out, you're basically controlling your destiny. So, Mr. City Manager, it's fortunate that we had an option. If we didn't, it'd be a whole different story. I think everybody understands that. And another thing, too, the city doesn't have any available space. We don't have any buildings. It's not like we have the ability to move them somewhere. We don't have that. So that's why we're at where we're at today and even having to evaluate this at this point. I just hope we can get it done on time. I hope that I hope people will understand, and I hope that if there is any time needed to continue, as it was stated earlier, that you know, like I said, we've had good relationships with the corporate community for a long time, and I think this city has been very benevolent and done a lot of things for businesses. We support business in many different ways. So hopefully that would reflect, and maybe if we need some help on this.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there are any more questions, but we're asking for approval to move forward with the purchase and renovation of the property on Veterans Parkway.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? All right, if you would cue it, Bruce, councilors, you can register your votes. Okay, that passes.
Mr. Mayor, moving on with the purchases, we got alternators and starters for Metra, annual contract value of $15,000 based on prior year's usage and inflation, asking for your approval.
There's a motion second to approve A. Any discussion? You'll cue it. Register your votes, please. A passes, so there's a motion now for, is it B through K? There's a motion to approve B through K. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we will put these on, and I'll ask the city manager to go through them. Are there any that needs to be pulled? Or anybody has questions? With that being the case, Bruce, you want to cue it? Register your votes, Mr. City Manager. If you would, walk through the list, please, sir.
Yes, sir. B would be oil and lubricants for Metra with an annual contract. C would be medical evaluation services for Columbus Fire EMS departments. D would be annual software support, image trend software for Fire EMS department. E, roofing services for Riverdale Porterdale Cemetery building. F, roofing services for Britt David Pottery Studio. H, Clarendon Avenue culvert replacement and Benning Drive culvert extension. I, inmate food services management for Muskogee County Prison. J would be garbage truck repairs. K would be storage racks for new election equipment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I would like to thank and apologize to our Director of Board of Elections and also to our CFEMS folks back there for their patience in waiting for us to get through the purchases. Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, my final update will be on budget process with our Finance Director.
It's a marathon. Right. I will try to be as brief as possible in the essence of time.
Well, and let me make a suggestion. Let's take our time going through it, because we purposely didn't put any more presentations, but with the discussion that's centered around, I think, that purchase, we want to make sure that we address all of these items. So if we have to, we'll pick up the second half of it at a later date. I just don't want to rush through this. Okay?
Yes, sir. So typically, what you have before you in terms of the financial review is the monthly snapshot. I provided the monthly snapshot. It is as of December, just so that you would have, a document that you are typically used to seeing. But I'm really going to speak from the presentation in terms of the information that's on the snapshot.
She's coming with it.
Oh.
She passed one.
Oh, sorry. Well, you will be receiving the snapshot. There's another handout that I'll sort of mention. I won't go through, but I'll mention it at some point in the presentation as well. But I thought it was a good piece of information for council to see since we're discussing OLOS. We're doing just sort of a recap of the OLOS fund and its structure. I don't typically provide this document with the monthly snapshot, but I did provide it today. All of these reports are available online. There's a link from the city's homepage that takes you to the monthly finance reports. And so, again, I printed an additional document just for commentary tonight in the presentation. So our discussion topics will be the budget process and the timeline related to that. We'll discuss some of the roles and responsibilities of different participants in the process. There'll be some general discussion as it relates to the OLOS fund, the pay and compensation survey, as well as the financial snapshot. I'll sort of wrap up the presentation with the December financial snapshot. So the budget process and timeline. Part 1 of the charter, section 8-105 states that all elective officers, such as the sheriff, tax commissioner, judge of probate court, coroner, and other elective officers, and all agencies not under the direct control and jurisdiction of the council, such as the Board of Health and the Board of Family and Children Services, which receive appropriations from the council, shall, prior to the commencement of each fiscal year, prepare and submit to the city manager an annual operating and capital budget request for the ensuing fiscal year. So then we get into the city manager's role and responsibility as it relates to the budget process. Part 1 of the charter, section 4-307, item number 3 states that the city manager, under and subject to the direction of the mayor, shall prepare and submit to the mayor the annual operating and capital budget and capital improvement program.
Angelica?
Yes, ma'am.
A quick question.
Hold on, yeah.
On the part 1 of chapter section 8-105 states, where these boards, these commissions are supposed to submit this to the city manager, what's the time frame? Are they getting this information on time for y'all?
Yes, and we have a time, we actually have our budget kickoff meeting tomorrow.
Oh,
At
okay.
2 o'clock. So we start the year with the kickoff meeting. Everyone's invited. We sort of talk about the budget, the process, the dates, some of the key dates, which I also have included in the presentation. But within that budget kickoff meeting, since it's an internal meeting, I don't publicize all of the dates and so forth, but they get when the budgets are due, when the meetings with the city manager and the mayor will take place, and that sort of thing.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the council chambers will be the budget kickoff meeting. So the next section, section 7-401, item number 2 states, a proposed annual operating and capital budget for the ensuing fiscal year shall be prepared by the city manager to be submitted by the mayor to the council on or before a date fixed by ordinance, but not less than 60 days prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. And so then we get into the mayor's role and responsibility as it relates to the budget process. Part 1 of the charter, section 4-201, item number 10 states that the mayor shall have the power and the duty to submit to the council the recommended annual operating and capital budget and capital improvement program as required by Article 7, Chapter 4 of this charter. And this next bullet point just reiterates section 7-401, item number 2, which states a proposed annual operating and capital budget, for the ensuing fiscal year shall be prepared by the city manager to be submitted by the mayor to the council on or before a date fixed by ordinance, but not less than 60 days prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. And such budgets shall be accompanied by a budget message from the mayor containing explanations of general fiscal policies, explanations of major changes recommended for the next fiscal year, a general summary of the budgets, and other information that's deemed appropriate. So then we get into what the charter states about council's role and responsibility as it relates to the budget process. In part 1 of the charter, section 7-401, item number 1 states that the council shall prescribe by ordinance the procedures and requirements for the preparation, adoption, and execution of an annual operating budget, a capital improvement program, and a capital budget. Section 7-402, item number 1 states, the council shall, upon receipt of the proposed budgets, schedule and hold one or more public hearings thereon. And this is these are the budget review sessions that we do this year. It's going to be every Tuesday in May. We'll have a budget review session. It'll either be before a scheduled council meeting or immediately following a scheduled council meeting, with the exception of May 19th. That would be a special call meeting on that day, and we'll begin in the morning, and it'll kind of go through lunch, and that'll be a long day. So we'll have lunch that day. Section 7-402, item number 2 states the council may amend the proposed operating budget, except that the budget, as finally amended and adopted, must provide for all expenditures required by law or by other provisions of this charter, and for all debt service requirements for the ensuing fiscal year. And the amendment of the proposed budget is the add-delete list that we keep track of during the budget review session. So as council make amendments, they'll say, I'd like to put this on the add or delete list. If when departments come and make their presentations to council, you'll put it on a list. We keep track of it until we get to our last budget review session, and council has to officially approve the items that are on the list. Section 7-402, number 3 states that the council shall adopt the final annual operating budget for the ensuing fiscal year not later than the 30th day of June of each year, and such budget shall be effective for the fiscal year beginning on July 1. And again, these are the budget ordinances that we adopt in June. First reading of the operating and capital improvement budget ordinances will be June the 9th. Second reading will be June 16th. Also on June 16th, we'll have a first reading of our millage ordinance, which is actually the next order of business following the adoption of the operating and capital budgets. Section 7-403, items number 1 and 2, states that as the next order of business following the adoption of the operating and capital budgets, the council shall levy by ordinance a general services district tax on all real and personal property within the general services tax district as provided by this charter. And number 2 says the council shall levy by ordinance a separate urban services district tax on all real and personal property within each urban service district established by this charter or created by the council. So right now we have 3 urban service districts. There's urban service district number 1, number 2, and number 4. The urban service district number 1, it encompasses most of the land of our county. It pretty much covers Muskogee County. Number 2 is really along the northern border of the county, and number 4 is a few parcels that's on the Fort Benning reservation. And so we adopt, as part of the budget process, the millage for each of those urban service districts. So budgetary policy revisions. Typically, if there are any budgetary policy revisions, they are, the council would like to see incorporated as part of the annual budget process. Those are included into the annual operating budget ordinance unless a separate policy exists in which we would update and amend that separate policy. But recent changes to some of the budgetary policies that we have in place, one being in FY19, where we revised Section 7 of the budget ordinance, which refers to funding requests, and it just basically states that all requests for funding by agencies, boards, authorities, departments, elected offices, receiving grants or operating appropriations from the Columbus Consolidated Government must be made to Columbus Council during the annual budget process unless such request is pursuant to ordinance number 13-39. And ordinance 13-39 is the ordinance in which I bring to council departments that are trending to go over their budgeted appropriations, and they have to come before council and ask for additional appropriations, and that is because of that ordinance, and also because of this section of the annual operating budget ordinance, which says, don't ask council for anything unless it's during the budget process or unless it's pursuant to ordinance 13-39. So I won't, well, I guess I could read the rest of it. Nothing herein shall prevent the mayor, city manager, or finance director from recommending mid-year budget amendments to council. That's what was done tonight with the incorporation of the purchase orders and the fund balance reserves from FY19. In emergency situations, the mayor, city manager, or finance director may also recommend to council additional funding outside the budget process for various departments, agencies, boards, authorities, or other entities associated with the city. Again, a process that we sort of utilized tonight as it related to the Board of Public Health. Another revision that was fairly recent, it was an addition, FY 2020 addition. This is a new section of the budget ordinance which addresses salary savings. And salary savings is the amount of salary expense saved when a position is vacant or filled at a lower salary level than the budgeted level. So all salary savings achieved in FY 2020 by any department or elected office of the Columbus, Georgia Consolidated Government or any board, commission, and/or authority created by the Columbus Council shall only be used to replenish fund balance reserves. Use of salary savings is hereby restricted for any other purpose unless expressly approved by council. And again, this applies to, a lot of our elected officials in years past. We've, who may have given out bonuses to their employees. Well, if that is a process that they'd like to facilitate in FY20, they have to come to council and seek approval. So I can pause here if there are any questions on the process before I just get into the timeline. I've really sort of talked about the timeline as I went through the process slides, but April 28th is the date that the mayor will present the recommended budget to council. Again, May 5th, 12th, 19th, and 26th are the budget review sessions that will be held in the city council chambers. The first reading of the budget ordinance is June 9th. June 16th is the second reading of the budget ordinance and the first reading of the millage ordinance. And then June 23rd is the second reading of the millage ordinance. What's not on this slide, there are 5 Tuesdays in June. So June 30th would be a work session, but the plan is tentatively to cancel the June 30th meeting date, although that's not listed on the slide.
We haven't adopted any of this, right?
No. Are there any questions in reference to that section?
Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay. Moving on. So as it relates to the OLOS fund, a lot of this information that are listed in these slides were taken directly from the presentation that was provided to the community when the community forums took place back when the administration was seeking approval of the other local option sales tax. So the core objective, according to that presentation, was funding the primary mission of public safety departments within the consolidated government. Those funding priorities included improved response time of emergency services, increased public safety presence in the community, expand crime prevention programs, improve non-emergency public safety services, and decrease the length of time for adjudication of criminal cases. So the original definition of public safety included those functions of the police department, fire and EMS, the sheriff's office, the marshal's office, Muskogee County Prison, the coroner, the district attorney, public defender, other associated court personnel. This would include like the recorder's court, so other really court personnel, other public safety agency programs and functions such as our crime prevention program. So there's a revised definition of public safety, which includes all of the original departments, offices, and programs listed in the previous slide. But per ordinance number 9-09-226, additional correctional officers and other departments such as Public Works, Metro, and Parks and Recreation were approved by council and mayor at that time, so that they would receive those benefits and be allowed expenditures utilizing the OLOS public safety funds. So some of the public safety...
I'm sorry.
One of the reasons that I had asked that this be done was so that those who were not on council when we did this would have a better idea of what we're doing. This particular slide on 16 means that those officers who are post-certified are the ones who are included in this. And we added, the reason that we added the additional correctional officers and so forth was after it was first instituted, then quite frankly, we didn't think about those folks as being post-certified. It didn't register. And they said, hey, wait, we are. So they're post-certified. What this also means is, for example, the 911 operators are not post-certified. And so they are not included in this when you talk about police department. So it's not every policeman, every fireman. It's those that are post-certified.
Right, that's a
in
great...
order to be on this list.
That's a great point. There's a note there on this slide that says not all employees are sworn officers.
But that's how you tell who is and who is not on the list. It's a post-certified requirement. And you can pretty much tell those in the correctional officers and so forth, those are the folks that are armed. Generally.
Right.
Generally.
Thank you, Counselor.
So public safety expenditures. Those expenditures include personnel costs, which include the salary and benefits of the employees, personal equipment, such as clothing, weapons, cars, etc., operating expenses of public safety departments, capital expenditures associated with public safety functions, and then again, funding allocated and administered by the city for community-based programs designed to reach young children, at-risk youth, and those who are returning to the community after serving time in prison. So that was the definition that was provided to the public in terms of the public safety expenditures in which the OLOS funds would be used for.
Excuse me, Counselor Thomas.
This is something that's very near and dear to my heart. That's why I keep interrupting. The first call on this money in the public safety side, the 70%, is that, again, every sworn officer, every post-certified officer gets a $3,000 bonus, which is subject to retirement. So it cost us, that's why it cost us like $3,300 and something because of our payment of our part of the retirement. But everybody gets that. And then one of the things that we did when this was instituted, the thing that says personnel costs, including salary, benefits, and then personal equipment, the mayor at the time insisted that these people be identified by name if they were hired under the OLOST, so that for the rest of their career with the city, their costs come out of this fund. So if, for example, Councilor Woodson is hired under the OLOS, all of her expenses, everything that we pay for Councilor Woodson comes out of this fund. If Councilor Thompson is hired to replace someone who is not on the OLOS account, then her expenses would not come out of that. She'd get the $3,000, but not these other expenses. So we know by name. That's why you can tell on this list that it says that we have 83 in the police department, and we know who they are. It's very specific, and I think that was one of the things, too, that as we put this together, that accounting was important to everybody concerned, so that we know who's getting this money. Sorry, Ms. Finance Director, I can't help it.
It's okay.
Well, you were the architect.
Right.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes. In Councilor Thomas making that statement, I think that there should be a bullet point here that if someone picks this up and looks at it, understands it, and don't interpret it, that every single officer would get personnel equipment such as clothing, weapons, cars, and et cetera. Because if I didn't hear the conversation and I would have gotten this and I wanted to be a police officer, I would make the assumption I'm going to get all these things.
Well, you will get all these things. They
It's
just
about
will be
waste.
paid for out of a different fund.
Out of a different fund.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But we just need to make
The thing that
clear.
everybody gets is the $3,000.
Yes.
That comes out of this fund.
And as you can tell by the list, our
It's
finance
very short.
department, they keep up with it. So even if, God forbid, Councilor Thomas retires in another 40 years, since she helped design it, then it will have been firmly entrenched where
Right.
we know that that's the process.
Right.
Ms. Alexander, you can continue.
Yes, so I got that note, only expenses for employees approved to be paid from the OLOS fund, with the exception of the annual supplements. I mean, I can make that notation on the slide for future reference. Ooh, sorry. Fund structure. So the OLOS fund is a sub-fund of the general fund. However, sales tax proceeds are segregated from the general fund, with 70% of those proceeds being allocated to public safety and 30% being allocated to infrastructure. And this is per resolution number 226-08. And just kind of make a note to the dates below. May 13th of 2008 was when council approved that particular resolution, and that resolution is the resolution that designates the 70-30 split between public safety and infrastructure in terms of the OLOS proceeds. June 15, 2008 is when the referendum to impose the new tax was approved, and January 1, 2009 was the effective date of collections for our new local option sales tax. So then we get into the definition of infrastructure, which includes roads and bridges, stormwater and flood abatement projects, technology, and capital projects to include construction, maintenance, and renovation of buildings and facilities to support quality of life improvements and to house governmental operations. So infrastructure improvements.
Hang on,
Those
just, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem?
Ms. Alexander, I just want to stress to counselors that haven't been here as long as some of us. Let me go back to the previous slide. Key dates, you talked about May 13th was when council adopted this 70-30 resolution.
Yes, sir.
The reason that is significant is we made a pledge to the public that if you pass this one penny, it will be split 70-30. Now, we made that, you see, it passed in July. We made that, you know, that's almost 60 days in advance. So we pledged to the public, and Councilor Thomas was a part of it, was the architect in building this. But I wanted to stress that to everybody, that this was something that we thought through and made a promise to the public that this is what we would do, and then they passed it. So thank you for indulging me.
And did we not say that we would renew that resolution periodically from year to year? Do you?
I don't remember that side of it.
Did we not, maybe I'm imagining it, I thought we said that we would reaffirm that resolution periodically.
I thought we could. Yeah, we could, but
maybe.
I would need to look it up.
I misremember, sorry.
I don't recall seeing that terminology in the resolution, but. that was
Councilor
discussion.
Thomas?
Part of this is because when we first started this, the conversation was that this would be, these monies would be in a separate fund. And we were told by the then finance director, under Georgia state law, you can't do that. It has to go into the general fund. And so it was put into the general fund, but very specifically noted as to where it was and how much it was and what it was spent for, and that and we have said it will be a 70-30 split. And that's why you often see me, particularly on the infrastructure, asking questions about how that meets this requirement. So that's one of the things that one of the reasons is that we were trying to be as transparent as we could be, and the citizens can find out exactly how much we collected, how much we spent, what we spent it on, and all of those kinds of things. So that was a very important issue for the council at that time.
And that is a great segue into this handout that I passed out. As Councilor Thomas mentioned, we keep track of the 70-30 split, the expenditures by agency or project. Again, this is provided on the Finance Department's website as part of the monthly financials. I printed it out for you to see it today, but it goes back to FY 09 at the start of the OLOS. I'll have to figure something out in terms of how to get all the years to fit as time goes on, because as you can see, this chart is getting smaller and smaller in terms of the print. So, but we do keep track of all the expenditures, whether it's public safety or infrastructure, and it's done by agency or by project. So infrastructure improvements are projects, and typically you either fund those projects one or two ways. They're either funded as pay-as-you-go projects, and those are part of the allocations that we incorporate into the annual adopted budget for public works, for facilities, for engineering, for road improvements and stormwater, for IT, for technology improvements. And so we use current proceeds and to include, like I said, road resurfacing, park maintenance and improvements, and government facilities maintenance and improvements. And then there are those long-term projects, which the Deputy City Manager mentioned earlier tonight in reference to the 2010 bonds that were refinanced. The financing of those bonds is funded, 97% of those bonds is funded from OLOS infrastructure. And that included Again, the debt service payments for major road improvements, flood abatement, and construction of facilities such as the City Services Center, the natatorium, and the ice rink, to name a few. And I pulled those in particular because that is what was listed specifically in the presentation that was given back in 2008. So are there any questions related to the OLOS before I sort of move on to the next topic for general discussion?
Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay. So the next topic here is compensation, pay and compensation. This chart, I'm not going to go through it or anything, but it's really here as a historical reference. It just shows, recent and going back to FY 2012, cost of living adjustments and pay increases for all CCG employees. If there's a difference in between how the cost of living adjustments or the pay adjustments are applied, that's denoted there in the footnotes. But council did ask for, there was talk during the last budget process or the last budget cycle of a pay and compensation study. And so there was an internal survey that was done internally by our Human Resources Department in which they surveyed 55 positions from 11 data sources. And those data sources were, just across the state. I think they included a couple in Alabama, as close as Russell County, Auburn, Montgomery. But what they found in that survey was that the general government employees' pay was 12% lower than the city surveyed, and that the public safety employees' pay was 4% lower than the city surveyed. So I really sort of like to turn it over to the mayor for additional comments as it relates to pay and compensation study.
Yeah, we had, for those of you that remember, back when we did the University of Georgia study, it was really facilitated by the FOP and some of our public safety folks that were very concerned about the pay scale. And frankly, there was a lack of confidence on their part in the general government. So the chamber stepped forward and became sort of a buffer, sort of a conduit to be able to keep the city government out of the process. And we really came up, University of Georgia came up with a very, very good pay plan. And we were actually successful in getting it to 100% of market, briefly, because I think we did that in 06 or 07. And then, of course, the recession came upon us in 08, and we began to lose ground. And then as we started to try to address entry-level pay without going throughout the steps, we were kind of helping add to that compression issue. So I spoke with the chamber, and I just to feel them out. Now, keep in mind they don't have a president right now, but I talked to the EVPs at the chamber and asked them if they would consider being sort of a buffer once again. And they indicated that they would be interested in helping us to facilitate a pay study. And a personal editorial note, I wasn't really in favor of the pay study because I don't like to do a study and then us not have the wherewithal to make any significant impact on getting us close to where they ought to be. However, as we've gone along, and I know Councilor Thomas has been an advocate of conducting a pay study, you can't hit the target. You absolutely can't hit it if you don't know where it is. And I think some of the assumption is that some of our pay grades are probably going to be pretty well in line. But I think particularly as we get into the middle and upper levels, we tend to kind of lose ground. But so based on some of the recommendations, our inclination is to begin to identify funding to conduct a pay study out of next year's budget, and have it be facilitated by the chamber if they'll do it, and by a third party. I'd be interested in any input that council has with regards to the original process as it took place back in like 03, I think. So that's kind of it. Counselor Woodson?
I don't know if it's too early to even ask this question, but in the conversation of the pay study, was there any conversation of what myself and Counselor Pops has said in the future to look at doing the pay like they do in the military, where, you know, the officer will know how
Specialty
much
pay.
money he's going to be paid, longevity. Because that was a conversation we had with the FOP also. And
Yeah.
we had that recently in the last election that we were in.
Right.
It was the main topic once again, and the conversation was that we would look into a process like that. We just didn't know exactly where the money would come from. So I'm just wondering if, when we ask the chamber or whoever does the pay study, if they can include that in it, that we don't get the same type of pay study that we had previously, which we haven't really been able to implement because of funding.
Yeah, we can ask them to take a look at it. I think that the challenge with that in a city with some of the constraints that we have, like with our millage cap and tax freeze and some other things that kind of limit our ability to see revenues go up. Because I don't know if it's still accurate, but it used to be, Angelica, about 1% equated to a little over $1 million out of the general fund. If you give a 1% raise for every 1% across the board, is that still fairly close?
1.2 million.
It's 1.2, so it's gone up a little bit?
1.2 million.
So if you, and I know years ago, when I first got on, there was just they knew every year they were going to get a 5% increase. And that was unsustainable. And I think that what we'll find as we go forward, we'll have them look at it. But we've also talked about another piece of that, and maybe take a cue from the military and do specialty pay. So if you have a special skill that you've trained for and you utilize, that you're compensated for that, for as long as you continue to train in it and are able to utilize it.
Well-
Yeah, like flight pay, combat pay, DI pay.
Well,
So-
another thing I just was wondering with the OLOS, because it was mainly for public safety. And since our community is growing and we're having so many, developments coming up and so many things coming, and I don't know, I'm just estimating, isn't there an opportunity to be able to include those pay raises or those pay increments in the OLOS?
That would only apply to the employees that are approved to be funded from the
That were funded from
OLOS. So it wouldn't apply to all employees, only those sworn officers and other associated
only-
court personnel that's
Okay.
approved to be funded through the OLOS.
And those
Which
will be
is-
the 88 individuals?
Well, it would actually be 100 individuals is what was approved.
Yeah, I think it's 187, I believe.
I don't know, I'm just thinking, trying to think out of the box. If there's gotta be a way or a mechanism if our city is growing and we're starting to do better. And you said you don't want to build anymore, you want to maintain what we have. I'm just thinking there's gotta be a way to find where some funding can come in. It's what I'm it's what I'm going towards.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now, last you're saying that it only pertains to the number of people we're now, but our number of officers is a lot higher than that. We need to somehow find a way or a line item where money can go into it from one, revenue or another. We were able to do the 1 cent for hotels for, arts and bringing people to our communities. So I'm just thinking, there's got to be or let's give it a thought. There's got to be a way where we can be able to implement it, where there's a line of item to cover that expense.
When we get involved in the pay study, we'll talk to the chamber about, having a couple of different options, and of course, all that goes into the cost of doing the pay study. But yeah, I mean, we can look at it. I think that the thing to remember, though, is when we did hit that recession, we were at up like 120 days reserve, and that's what saw us through that recession, because we dropped that all the way down to, I think, under 50 days at one point, and we built it back up. We're getting on the top side of 80 days, and it's still getting a little better. And I'm not saying squirrel it all away, but we have to be ever mindful that when we continue, we got competing priorities. And it's just, I think it would be good, though, to have that study, that piece thrown in there. So
And not only the study part, is the part where our finance can look at,
We can look at some
innovative
options.
ways.
We can look at trying to figure out some options too.
Okay. You know where I'm going, right?
I do. My only concern would be that about 90% of the current budget for the old loss fund is already personnel and other commitments long-term commitments that have been made, such as the GMA lease payments and that sort of thing. But we'll look at ways and other options. But I stand corrected, Mr. Mayor, the 1.2 was across the board for 1%. It's $863,000 for the general fund, so rounded up to $1 million.
Well, I just want to publicly say thank you, because this was a discussion we had during that election year, and I don't want people to feel that we just said it just to say it and didn't follow up on it. Whatever the outcome comes, it comes out, but I want to make sure, at least I know for myself, I want to make sure what I told the public I would do, I'm doing, and that is I'm asking. And I'm giving some suggestions, may they be good or not. You're the expert, and the experts will tell me. But I just think that we need to keep that promise to look into that, especially if we're going to do the pay study.
Okay. Councilor Thomas?
One of the things that I would like to see us do with the PACE study, during the budget hearings last year, we talked about putting together a study committee made up of a couple of counselors, employees, and so forth, to look at where we are and what we might be able to do. I would still like for us to do that, and that committee can take the information, can, first of all, sit down with the chamber or whoever does the committee and say, these are our concerns, this is what we're looking at, so that they'll have some direction to go into. And then once those professionals do that study, come back to the committee and let the committee talk about and make a recommendation then to council as to where we go from this. I think that if we involve our employees in this study committee, it will go a long way to saying to them, we do value your opinion, and we do value your concerns. I'm thinking that we ought to have fairly new employees, we ought to have seasoned employees, we ought to have people on the low end of the salary totem pole, and we ought to have managers, and we ought to have 2 or 3 counselors, and we ought to meet on a regular basis and put together a committee that will help. Now, it will depend on, and it will necessitate this committee that the mayor is talking about from the chamber. I think they are the professional, or they can find the professionals to do that kind of a study. But they need to know from us what kinds of things are we looking for, and then we need to look to this committee for recommendations to council as to what we should be doing. And it should not drag on for the next 3 years.
Well, and I think it'd be good to have a committee that would be able to be kept in the loop, made up of employees, so that they will be able to go back and talk to some of the other employees in different areas, so they understand a little bit better about some of the challenges. I do think, though, that I'm speaking from what we went through with the UGA. I do think, though, that having a committee that gives objectives and things that we're looking for, to me, I think that the purity of the pay study is having them look at what's in the market, look at what is fair for our employees based on what other employees are making, and then we can add certain caveats like the specialty pay, or like, hey, we'd really like to get to a seniority something to see if that factors in. But I just warn us about getting too deeply involved in.
Well, what I would envision from the committee is the committee saying to the pay study group, hey, we want you to look, here's some things that we want to look at. One of them is pay for specialty. Look, I don't know what that is going to entail, but, Mark, put that one in. I want us to look at the seniority issue. How would that work? You see what we have, you see what kind of money we have, you see all that stuff. Yep. These are some of the concerns, and these are some of the things we ought to look at. And with a very clear charge to this committee that just because you said to the pay study committee, we won't pay for special certifications, that doesn't mean we're going to get pay for special certifications. It means we want them to look at what is the availability kind of thing.
And we actually have going on some studies with regards to that, just so that we could kind of look at the impact on the budget and what it'd be. So some of these things are already in place, but we'll certainly take that and try to see if we can't put something together. Councilor Huff?
Based on first Councilor Thomas' statement of letting the employee base know that we are including all from general government to public safety, and Councilor Woodson's statement about the campaign trail. We spent a lot of time together back in 2018 at different forums, and on the public safety, the general government was interested in knowing why were they being left out, and you came back and included them this last time around. So to keep them involved, but on the public safety side, the different agencies were kind of trying to figure out where we were on certain issues. So I just want to say out loud that we are considering the police, the sheriff, the marshal, the correction officers at the prison, and and everybody else. But the fire department is what I wanted to bring up. The correction officers and the fire department came to us, firefighters, to ask us, why were we considering the police and then the sheriff department, and we were trying to explain to them, about critical need. We have officers on the street, we have officers at the jail, those correction officers and things, and the firefighters were talking about the fact of what they do and trying to keep us safe doing major fires and, chemical spills and things of that nature. So I just want to say out loud, that Councilor Woodson kind of brought it all together, that we heard you, and we'll be looking at what we can do. So please, consider having someone from those entities on that committee.
Thank you. Councilor Barnes?
This was an issue during the campaign. I know you heard it when you were running for mayor as well. So it's something that is a concern. This should be a morale booster for our employees, just to hear us having a conversation like this here. I like what Councilor Thomas is saying. I remember last time it was Mike Baker and I were the councilors. I think having a group of councilors to go to the chamber is a good idea. Getting back to the pro pay, I think that should be a real consideration. I know we got a finite pot of money dealing with, but I don't think it's so much the amount as it is the desire to do something. The second thing, I don't know how many military that work here in this government has said, why don't we do like the military? It would be the easiest way to treat the compression. because you're not only dealing with a person's rank, but you're dealing with longevity. So you can have two people who are at a captain's level, but the one who has the most service will get a small incremental pay. And like I said, we're not talking about just a consideration. If they see something that they can gear, like we do in the military, and say, I'm an E4, but I'm an E4 over 6, I know when I go over 8, I'm going to get a jump in pay. So I think that all considerations need to be a group of counselors to take it to the chambers. But I really love the fact that we are really talking about doing something for our employees, basically.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander,
Yes, sir.
back to you, ma'am.
All right. So, moving on to the financial snapshot, and I won't belabor all the comments in the slide. I'll save you that because you have it listed there in front of you. But just from a big picture standpoint, FY20 operating fund snapshot as of December 2019, we have about $159 million in operating fund revenue that we've recorded, and about $135 million in operating expenditures that we've recorded. When we compared FY20 to FY19, as of December, our revenues are up, and so are our expenditures. But revenue right now is up about $23.7 million over expenditures. So that's a good trend to be up in revenue over expenditures in our operating funds. So in going through the general fund, the general fund is up 9.76%. Increases in various revenue sources is the reason for the increase, and we'll get into more detail on subsequent slides as to the increases in the general fund. The other local option sales tax fund is up 7.98%. This equates to $1.2 million in additional revenue that we've received in FY20 over FY19 year-to-date. Stormwater fund is up 4.04%, and that's because our property tax revenue is up. The paving fund as well as the medical center fund are also property tax supported, with the paving fund being up 3.33%, the medical center fund being up 3.67%. Integrated waste fund is up 24.53%, comparing December of 2020 to December 2019, and that's just a timing difference on when we received payment from our payment for the residential garbage fees from the waterworks. We received that more timely this year, so that's why that is showing that difference there. But taking that out of the equation, it still would be up about 3%. The emergency telephone fund is up 8.82%. Believe this increase is related to the rate change for all the lines. When the state took over collections, all lines, whether it was prepaid wireless, landline, or wireless line, all went to $1.50 per month as a surcharge. And then also just better collection efforts and the money that we get from Casita Chattahoochee. For Casita Chattahoochee, when you dial 911, if you're in that particular area, the answering point is our 911 center here. We have an agreement with them so that says that we will serve as their answering point. And in response to that, they are to turn over all of the 911 related fees that they receive, that they would receive to us. So,
Angelica, what is the value of a mill right now? Do you know?
The value of a mill is about $5 million.
Okay. I figured that, but I didn't know if it had gone up a little bit. Okay.
Economic Development Fund is up 3.67%. And again, this is due to our property tax revenue being up. The debt service fund is showing an increase of 175.97%. And that is due to the timing of the refunding of our bonds. You'll see the revenue is up, but so are the expenses for our debt service fund. And I'm sorry, y'all, it's late. difference in our expenditures between FY20 and FY19 is about $10 million in totality. About $7 million of that is this debt service fund. So really, we're only up about $3 million in expenses from FY19 to FY20. Metro Fund is down 2.05%, and that's timing for grant reimbursements. Trade Center Fund is down 2.54%. That's just due to fluctuations related to timing of events. You can see that the revenues are down, but when we get to the expenditures, you'll see that they're down as well. So the Bull Creek Fund is up 6.91%, and this is an increase due to the merchandise sales. Oxbow Creek is up 0.24%. Civic Center Fund is up 23.82%. Again, this fluctuation is related to the timing of events. So on the expenditures, I typically don't go over this as part of the monthly snapshot, but I've included it here in the slides. And if you don't want me to go into the details here, I won't, but I will keep talking since no one has objected. So, I love the way you did that. General fund expenditures are up 2.02%. I'm not concerned about that. The FY20 budget, as adopted, is up 1.41% compared to the FY19 adopted budget. So that increase is really expected. The other local option sales tax fund, the expenditures are down 7.39%. That's related to lower personnel expenses, as well as lower direct capital expenses. As you may remember, as part of the FY20 budget process, council decided to lease a lot of the vehicles and equipment and so forth that we would typically pay or buy outright. So that's why those expenditures are down. The stormwater fund is up 11.94%, and that is due to fluctuations related to capital purchases. Same with the paving fund being down 5.12%. Again, fluctuations in capital purchases. I mean, the needs just changes every fiscal year in terms of the equipment and so forth that's included in the budget. Medical center fund is up 0.10%. The integrated waste fund is up 9.22%. And that is related to the one-time capital expenses for the garbage trucks that council approved as an emergency purchase earlier this fiscal year. The emergency telephone fund is down 10.39%, and that is related to the change in the state law. Before the state took over collecting the emergency 911 fees for us, providers of these services could submit reimbursement requests to us for enhanced 911 services that they provided. When the state changed the law, they did away with that reimbursement, so we no longer have to shell out those funds to service providers. So the Economic Development Fund is up 30.12%, and that increase is related to the expenses for the FEM fund, for the city's contribution to the FEM fund. We've paid out that $500,000, and so that's why there's a difference there. Again, the debt service fund is showing a 144.32% increase, and that is due to the bonds refunding. Metro expenses are showing an increase of 19.90%, and that is due to the T-SPOS capital purchases that were approved and adopted and incorporated as part of the FY20 budget. So nothing out of the ordinary there. Trade center expenses down 12.34%. Again, that's relative to the timing of events. Bull Creek expenditures are up, so the revenues are up. They're buying more merchandise to sell it, so revenues are up, but expenses are up as well. Oxbow Creek down 2.46%, and the Civic Center expenses are up 9.84%, again related to the fluctuations for events.
I just wanted to say really quick, City Manager Lisa Goodwin has the numbers. Can I share the numbers on Tyler Perry? They had more, a little over 9,000 people to attend the 3 shows of Tyler Perry. The event grossed somewhere around $536,000. And so it did really well. I'll just leave it at that. But $536,000.
Very good.
Can I suggest you go to slide 34?
34? Are we skipping all of this? Are we going back? Okay. Sure.
She's read the front of the book, she just wants to read the back.
Absolutely. Fund balance reserves. So we ended FY19 with 34.28 days in the general fund. OLOS public safety was 40.62 days. OLOS infrastructure was 6.33 days, for a grand total of 81.23 days. And I just want to make one point of clarification. When the auditor was here, he showed 115 days. And again, he said in that number were some things that you we don't count. This is all unassigned monies. This is all spendable, available money, so to speak, in terms of our fund balance that we show here. So, you know, there are other categories that we could include according to state law when we're talking about fund balance, but we don't.
Mayor, that's that conservative finance director.
Love her. I love her.
Right. So there was a budgeted use of fund balance as we were working through the FY20 budget of 3.38 days for initial FY20 projected reserves of 77.86 days. So to wrap it all up, Columbus Consolidated Government, we have a good operating surplus, and that is seen in our fund balance reserves. We're building those reserves back up. We got as low as 54 days, and now we're at 81.23 days, which is good for us. We have strong budgetary performance as it stands right now, with our revenues over expenses being $23.7 million. And then we have diversity in our revenue source increases. Some of the information that is in the packets that you have shows the different categories where we're up in the general fund and so forth. And then just reaffirming our bond rating that we received. We got a confirmation of AA2 from Moody's and AA plus from S&P in September 2019, prior to the bond refunding. So we, as a government, have a strong and healthy financial profile. Are there any questions?
Very good job. Councilor Huff?
Has there been any information flowing as far as the online sales tax that will start to pass the bill?
The online sales tax?
Yeah.
Yes, and we were just at GMA this weekend, and I think we've already gotten, not yet, but it's coming in.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
If you would, maybe next meeting, so late now, if you all could give us an update.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilor Thomas, thank you for requesting this update, and Angelica, thank you. I think that was some very, very good information, and this will be something handy, I think, for council to keep within reach whenever you have a question about the current situation of our budget. And you know, I've got to lift up the city manager and the finance department, because they've been, even though things have been improving, we've continued to be frugal and try to be very, very careful with what we put in the budget, at least last year. And then council made some very wise decisions and added some capital purchases that we did not put in. So we're looking forward to presenting another good budget this year for y'all to deliver it over. All right, Madam City Manager, anything else?
That concludes my agenda, Mayor.
Well, hang on, we got, okay, Councilor Davis.
Mr. City Manager, it might be the city attorney's question, but I had a constituent call me today about not being able to have internet service, Wi-Fi, all that kind of stuff that goes along with it, but they got cut off, and they've been told by and living in the district I represent, not out in the rural area, but they've been told that since they this is a new person that just moved to town, since the old resident, terminated or cut off everything, and then they re-upped everything and trying to get all the services. They've been told that they're not going to provide services anymore. So is there any kind of, what does our law say when it comes to the franchise agreement and providing services to the citizens?
Well, there's some areas, but you said someone else had service.
I think this is a neighbor of mine, and when your house is a
Well,
certain
they do live
distance.
close to you, out on Moore Road.
Because he called my office as well.
Yes.
And the challenge is when you live, because like our house is about 300 feet off the road, and at times they've told me, no, we can't do it, and I told them, I said, well, you've been providing it, I just switching back to you. They can run it, it's possible. They'll just have to put a booster plug into an outside outlet and then another section that takes it inside, but, yeah, I talked to him this afternoon, or my staff did, and told him, just call him, told him who to ask for and what to
I
ask.
think they told them to call me.
They might have. I don't think they would have told you to call you, but they may have.
Well, I mean, what?
There's not a franchise.
Well,
Local
but, yeah, we'd have to look into it, but I would say that in some areas, you may have one service, one provider, but not another. And so I don't know the circumstances that what you're talking about.
No, they can't even get, I mean, everybody, I think there's 6 houses along this street, and all of them have DSL service, which is much slower. But because this guy's new to town, he's in the Army, he's new to town, they just told him that we're not cutting it back on, we're not going to provide you service. But everybody else, I mean, I don't understand that. I didn't know if there's any kind of rules or regulations that we have.
I would refer them to the State Public Service Commission.
But we would.
Refer them to the State Public Service Commission.
Well, I would say let us take a look at it first, if you were, because,
Glad
our
to.
finance deal with cable providers, and so we would, let us look at it before we refer them somewhere else. If you send it to us, we can have the finance
I'll give it
department
to you
take a look.
tonight, thank you.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mayor.
Counselor Huff?
Mr. City Manager. Mr. City Manager, I just need you quick. On the roundabout project over on the Casita Road, Brennan Road, Fort Benning Road, got a phone call yesterday asking questions. They said over the past few weeks, when they finished work at the end of the day, there was, the roller piece that goes with asphalt, and then there was a small bulldozer. And they said that bulldozer piece was moving across the asphalt and left sitting on the asphalt at the end of the day. So the question was, when the project is finished, whatever damage that may have done, are they going to resurface that piece of asphalt? Because that asphalt piece had been done already.
Well,
And
they can tear it up as much as they want, but before we accept it, it has to be.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to inspect. Yeah.
Very final closing, okay. Okay.
But when we accept it, it has to be right.
Okay.
So if they tear up something or don't do whatever, in fact, I think that roundabout is scheduled to open in about another week. It
Yes.
doesn't look like it, but.
That's what they were bringing to my attention, that the part that goes from Casita Road around to Brennan seems to be finishing up for that point, but that's where it's been sitting.
Sure.
So
Well, they'll have to
get
it right.
Yeah, so to tease my Councilor 2 district person here, I wanted to be as happy as he was when they opened his roundabout.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. For the clerk's agenda, item 1 is a resolution excusing Councilor Woodson from the January 14th meeting.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes.
Item number 2, this is an honorary designation application to name the South Commons Softball Complex the Nimrod Kendrick Softball Complex at South Commons. However, the applicant is agreeable to naming a field in honor of Mr. Kendrick if the council is not amenable to the entire complex.
I think that would be more appropriate. Mayor Pro Tem?
Why don't we refer this to the Board of Honor and ask them to take a look at naming the field, or did we talk about another complex? Or
Yeah, I mean,
not the whole complex, but a field, I think is what we were talking about.
because there's precedent. There have been other individuals that have passed that have had a field named for them, and there's some other facilities, but not the whole complex.
Janice Davis, yeah. Couple of them.
So council's
Charles Wright,
request is
Charles
to
Wright.
submit this
Refer it to the board for recommendations,
Charles is good, Jordan.
for a recommendation for the field or
for the
both?
field.
For the
For
field?
the field, for a,
Okay.
yeah, or whatever they deem appropriate, just not the whole complex.
Give the option of the two. Is that
No,
what
I
I'm
wouldn't give them
hearing?
the option of the complex. Just give them the option of selecting any facility out there, whether it's a field, whether it's a roundhouse, whatever it is.
But not the whole entire.
Any facility or a field?
That's right.
Okay. If someone, a member of council would make that motion.
The motion.
There's a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, it'll be forwarded to for their
Minutes of-
recommendation. Counselor Huff.
Yeah, as far as the fields, I think it'd be more appropriate for a field versus anything out there, because he was known to be one of the main umpires on games over the years, so I think it'd be more appropriate for a field. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 3, minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion second, receive the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? They're approved.
Next, we have board appointments. We have the mayor's appointments for the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters. We have the seat of Merlina Salamanca.
And we have
She's
not,
eligible to serve another term, but we have
haven't
been
heard back.
unable
We
to
haven't been able to
make
contact
contact.
her. We haven't been able to contact her. All right, we'll
Yes, sir.
continue to try to contact her before we replace her, and you've got a name from Miss Maddie Hall, right?
Yes, we have, Mr. Mayor is nominating Aaron Guess to succeed Ms.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed. He's confirmed.
We also have Convention and Visitors Board of Commissioners, the seat of Paul Pierce.
Yeah, and I'm going to place in nomination Miles Greathouse to represent the restaurant retail trade.
Second.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Greathouse. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? He's confirmed.
Okay, we also have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees.
Now, you knew I wasn't going to make a clean sweep, so I'll bring that one back later.
Next, we have council district seat appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed for this meeting. For the Civic Center Advisory Board, we have the seat of Keith Higgins. This is District 5. David, we have not been able to get a response. We have not been able to get a response from Mr. Higgins. We'll continue to try to make contact with him. You're welcome, Councilor Craft. David Kripe, this is Council District 6. John Boyd,
Hang
that's
on,
Council District 9.
Counselor, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem,
Madam Clerk, would you send me a description of the board, their duties, how often they meet, that kind of information, so I can forward that to a potential candidate?
I sure will, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Next, we have John Boyd, that's Council District 9. We also have Latasha Lee, this is Council District 10, and Councilor House is nominating her to serve another term of office, and she may be confirmed.
Move confirmation.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Lee. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
For the Community Development Advisory Council, we have the seat of Barbara Chambers. This is Council District 1. I'm sorry, Council Barnes?
Unless you want to serve again.
Okay.
So move
Did
confirmation.
you want to move confirmation of her, and we'll
Second.
make sure we confirm with her
All
that
right,
she's
there's a
interested?
motion and a second to confirm Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Ms. Chambers is confirmed.
Next, we have Angelita Wigenti. This is Council District 2. We have Virginia Dickerson. This is District 3.
Second.
Motion second to confirm Ms. Dickerson. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Ms. Dickerson is confirmed.
We would also,
Does Valerie Thompson desire to be?
Council, do you know Valerie Thompson?
we would need another nomination for the Council District 4. Chuck H. McDaniel III, this is Council District 5. We have not received a response back from him.
So it's normal that when they come up like this, that you reach out to them, and then is that how we know that they're interested in serving another term?
Yes, Councilor Crabb, when the nomination comes up, then we reach out to them. If they're eligible to serve another term of office, we reach out to the member to see if they're interested in serving again.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have the seat of John Parton. This is Council District 6. No, sir. We'll continue to reach out. We also have L.K. Pendleton. This is Council District 7. We have not received a response back from him. Next, we have Johnson Traywick. This is Council District 8, and Councilor Garrett is renominating him to serve another term.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Traywick. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Traywick is confirmed.
Next, we have Michael Porter. This is Council District 9. He is not eligible to serve another term. And we have Danny Arancibia. This is Council District 10, and Councilor House is renominating him to serve another term of office. He may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Arancibia. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? He is confirmed.
For the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have the seat of Warren Wagner, who has resigned. This is Council District 5. Next, we have council nominations. We have 3 nominees for each seat to be sent to the authority. We have the Housewell Authority of Columbus. We have the seat of Susan McKnight and Verona Campbell. We have received for these nominations, for these 2 seats, the nomination of Susan McKnight, Warner Kennan III, and Betty Tatum. If a member of council wanted to submit these nominees for each of these 2 seats.
Okay. I don't know that we need, those are just nominees. I don't know that we need to confirm them, do we? To send?
No, we're,
To send them? Okay.
Send them to
Motion.
the-
Okay. Motion second then to forward those 3 names on to the board. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations will be listed for the next meeting. The Animal Control Advisory Board, the seat of Carol Bassett, she has resigned. It is open for nominations. Board of Zoning Appeals, the seat of Barbara Fortson. She is not eligible to serve another term of office. This seat is open for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Al Hayes.
We will bring this back at the next meeting. For the Building Authority of Columbus, the seat of Christopher Smith. He is interested in serving another term of office if a member of council wanted to nominate him. I'm sorry. Thank you. We will bring this back for the next meeting for confirmation. We also have Olive Vidal Kendall. She's eligible to serve. We have not received a response from her. Okay. We will bring this nomination back for confirmation at the next meeting. For the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, we have the seat of Sarah Ann Arcilla and Chai Kennedy. Both are interested in serving another term of office. If a member of council wants to nominate both. Okay, we will bring those back for confirmation. We also have Aaliyah Teeshorn. That seat is open for nominations and 1 vacant seat. that's open for nomination. For the Historic and Architectural Review Board, we have the seat of Robert Kidd. This seat is slated for an architect registered in the state of Georgia. We have received a nominee of Mr. Alex Grigg, who is interested in serving on this board, and that's if a member of council wanted to nominate him to serve.
She said he has to be an architect. Didn't you say he was an architect?
Has to be an architect.
Is he?
Alex Griggs,
Yes.
architect?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We both said either one.
Have we received his information? Counselor Thomas, we have not received his information.
I think Councilor Woodson placed him in nomination.
Okay. We have it. Okay.
We just gotta reach out to him.
Right. And then for the Planning Advisory Board, Counselor Woodson is making a nomination for the seat of Teddy Reese.
Yes, and his name is Raul Espinosa. And just so that you know why I'm doing this, you got my light, or it doesn't matter?
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't.
I
There's your
Thank you. I received a call earlier today, and I did speak to Mr. Reese because he's electing to run for office, and with him running for office, he is unable to be on this board any longer. And so that is the reason. He doesn't, he wouldn't qualify under the charter. And if I remember correctly, somebody said it was all the way on the bottom of the chart where it said that he wouldn't be able to qualify if he's running for office. Am I correct? So in speaking with him, I did seek out Mr. Raul Espinosa, and then he will be sending his bio.
All right, Councilor Davis, did you have a nominee? Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
And we will list his seat for confirmation. And once we get those two bios, we will submit those to council.
Okay.
The one for
So we
Mr.
have
Griggs
to-
as well as,
All we got to do is just put them on the list and bring them back.
yes, we'll bring it back for confirmation at the next meeting.
And you're going to touch base with him, correct? Okay. He's waiting for you.
And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and council, we'll need to elect the budget chair for 2021. I think Councilor Thomas had agreed to serve.
Move to confirm Council Thomas and move that the nominations be closed.
Well, I could barely hear the motion second over the railway whistle, but all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Congratulations. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Who made the second? Who made the second?
Councilor Woodson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, who made the
I
second?
think Woodson.
Okay.